What's good with you, Amelia? What's good with you? What's good with you, Alicia? What's good with everybody? Now, I had to move to this laptop because my MacBook was dying too fast. Like, my OBS was draining out my battery like crazy. And if you're new here, subscribe to the channel, like, comment, share. All right, so before let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's get into it, bro. All right. So now this is a part one and a part two type of video. So the first part is I'm gonna speak about what I have been doing in 2025. In 2025, I'm gonna tell y'all how 2025 went for me, and it's broken into four parts. We'll start off with January 11th. That was the day my father passed. That was the day my father passed. Then, what's good with you, Trinity? What's good with you? So, with me being a streamer, because this is not the only thing I do to make money. This is not the only thing I do to make money. Let me go get my credentials. All right. I'm back with my credentials. So, January of 2025, my father passed. He was only 50. He was only 50. And June 11th, so from January to June 11th was when I was let go from a job. Mind you, when they let me go, they didn't tell me why they were letting me go. I was just let go. And mm, 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 mm. But before it came to the point to when they were letting me go, I was already God was already setting it up for me to be good. So it's like yawning. I don't know why I'm yawning when I already went to sleep. So when before I got let go, I applied for a contract with the medical courier business, right? And my medical courier company, this is my medical courier business right here. Never late medical. I spent $40 to get this. So I don't use my name anymore when I am working because at the end of the day, I'm an independent. I'm an independent contractor, and I'm a medical courier business. All right, here, this right here is my HIPAA certification. I had it laminated and everything. I paid money to get these certificates. That was my HIPAA. This is my bloodborne pathogen certificate. I am an official medical courier. So, so that's how I make money, right? Then from June to October 27th, it was like any other work day. On October 27th, I was involved in a wreck, in a car collision. I had the right way. The dude from the left side of me was trying to beat the light. He 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 hit me. He hit me, right? He hit me. I spun out. He spun out. Radiator fluid leaking out of my vehicle because I was working while I was in the car collision. Mind you, not only did I have full coverage on my car, I had extra coverage through my contract. Through my contract. And I called my wife. My wife came to me. She was we waited until they was able to take the vehicle elsewhere because I had just paid like I had just got brand new tires. I put a brand new wheel bearing on the car, and my insurance tells me that my car's totaled. My car's totaled. I had 9 X-rays done. I had an MRI done. It affected my scoliosis on the left side, and I got a concussion. So after I got cleared from my pain specialist and my chiropractor, my wife and I went to the neurologist. The neurologist tells me that I got a concussion. So I'm not able to do what I normally do to make money. I'm not able to do any type of driving whatsoever. And I have to wait. There's more. I have to wait all of 2026. I have to wait 6 months. 6 months to do to I have to wait 6 months until I'm cleared from my neurologist. 6 months. And so I'm just like, wow. Wow. So this is what's going on. This is how it's happening. What's good with you? What's good with you, Tap? What's good with you? What's good with you, Turd? What's good with you, Trinity? What's good with everybody that's in here? So That's why I'm on here. That's why I'm streaming. Cause why would I? Why would I? Cause I'm gonna let y'all know. I started this YouTube channel February 29th, 2020. Before I had look, I'm about to show you. Before I had mods, I got 2,100 subs on my own. And then in 2025, I got another spark. I met some people. They became my mods. I went from 2,100 to I'm almost at 3,000 subscribers. And all I ask for is like, comment, subscribe. All that is free. All that is free. And I go live every day. I have different topics every day. I don't focus on the same topic. I don't focus on the same topic. You can look at what my car went through in the community post in my channel. It's on there. It's on there. Anything that happens to me, I post it on my channel. This is all factual. It's all factual. So when I show people that, like, I got degrees. I have degrees. They're out in the shed. You feel me? What's good with you, Caleb Benson? What's good with you? Where's everybody coming from? Where's everybody coming from? What's good with you, Caleb? So the type of community I'm working on is a positive community. So once I reach my goal, because like my goal is to get, I don't, I don't, I don't really need to know that I am. That's not something. That's not that. That's not that type of chat. It's not that type of chat. If it's not positive, hey, look. If it's not positive, I don't need that. So I'm about to speak about being an adult in 2025 feel feels like doing everything right and still falling behind. I'm not saying I'm in that bubble, but I'm just trying to focus on what everybody is speaking about. Because what did they tell? What did they? What we did? What they told us, right? When I remember when I was of the world, when we did what they told us, when they said, "Hey, go to school, get a job, work hard, be patient." When I tell you, I went to school. I went to a private university. I went to Sullivan University. Oh yeah, the new channel is gonna start. I'm gonna start it in January. I'm gonna start it in January. One second. All right. So So at first, I'm gonna do a 30 days on Twitch in January. So I'm not gonna be on YouTube, but I'm gonna post clips. I'm gonna post clips on the new YouTube channel. I'm gonna post clips. 1 second. I'm gonna post clips on the new YouTube channel. Bless you, Luna. Alright. So this is so to make it better, this is the name for my new YouTube channel. That's the new name. That's the new channel. So because the following I got on this channel, majority of it is battle rap. That's how this channel got to where it is. Cause before before I was able to get mods, I got 2,100 subscribers just on me alone, and I got blessed with mods. Burberry, every time you come in, you always got something new about you. You always got something new about you. This man is out here living. This man is doing side quests and everything else. But I'm blessed with the mods that I have because let me see. Yeah, so my YouTube channel is called The One Mindset. I'm gonna change up the face and everything. I'm gonna put a brand new YouTube banner on it. I'm gonna have it all sauced up. Cause let me see. Cause alright, yeah. So I created this channel, the Built Different Media, on November 8th, 2025. Oh, well, let's see. Oh yeah, free Burberry's cousin, free Burberry's cousin. Cause I have a lot of family that's been in and out of jail, prison, the whole shebang. So let's get back into it. But in this economy that we live in, but rent keeps rising, groceries are doubling, gas don't care about your paychecks, and somehow a good job still means living check to check. Because I've seen some doctors working other jobs just to make ends meet. Because some people live beyond their means. They live beyond their means. For this generation, adulthood isn't freedom, it's survival mode. Well, for me, I left the rat race early. It only took me 5 years in total. Because in those 5 years, I was working three jobs. So from 2012 to 2017, I was locked in. I was locked in. Let me see. Let me see real quick. Let me see some. Give me 1 second. I gotta go get something. What's good with Burberry's cousin? I will be right back though. I gotta go into the shed. I gotta go get some out of the shed. Gotta get some out of the shed. Alright, so I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Morning. I'm gonna take my phone with me too. Let's see real quick. Alright, my phone gonna be with me, so if anybody come into the chat, I'm just going to the shed to get some. I'm looking for something. Anybody in the chat was good with y'all, bro? Was good with y'all. What is good? can't seem to find them. I can't seem to find them for some reason. I don't know. I'll find them after I'm done with the stream. I'll find them after I'm done with the stream. Let's see. I'll find them after I'm done with the stream. Alright, if you new in here, was good with you. Was good with you. 'Cause I know I showed my degrees. I know I showed them. But yeah, like I remember when I was a part of the rat race when I was working my jobs, getting my degree. And when I got my degree, you know how many interviews I've been in and the jobs I've been working for? They would tell me that I'm overqualified. I'm like, how am I overqualified? And this is what they told me to get. That's why I never understood. I'm a person who has 3 degrees. I got 5 LLCs. I have certificates. And they tell me I'm overqualified for the positions that they have? Does that make sense? It doesn't. It does not make sense. Like, how? Wait, hold on. I deleted a message? I think Burberry deleted that. I don't know. Oh, hey, what'd you say, Burberry, at 12:15? I wonder what that is. Anyways, because it's kind of crazy where they say that I'm overqualified for the same all these positions. Because a long time ago, I was supposed to be a full time supervisor for UPS, but that position got took away from me. That position got took away from me. Let me see something real quick. Yeah, let me see something. Cause I need to get this this plaque I got from UPS a long time ago. What's good with you, Burberry? I'm gonna get this plaque. I'm gonna show y'all this plaque. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to contact the union to see if I can get it. So let me mute real. I'm gonna mute real quick so I can call local 89. What's good, everybody? I'm trying to get a hold of UPS so I can see if I can get that award that I was supposed to get. All right, cool, cool. Trying to get a hold of somebody on here. Okay, all right. So one So I gotta get in touch with I gotta get in touch with somebody in the local like well let me see. Trying to get that call in. Appreciate the sub. So I think I won't be able to get that award because I remember getting it. I remember getting it. But let's see. All right, so let's get back to what the topic was. So, okay, now I already said for this generation, adulthood isn't freedom; it's survival mode. So let's say you wake up tired, not because you're lazy, but because you're exhausted from building someone else's dream. Like that's what I figured out. That's what I figured out. Like when you are working for other companies, you're not building for your dream. You're building on someone else's dream. That's why I could never see myself working for another company. I couldn't see it. I couldn't see it for myself. So what I know what I'm gonna do is I create my own company, which was never media, is my media company for YouTube. Never Late Medical is my medical courier company. Like I have a logo for my YouTube and I have a logo for my medical courier stuff. So, because you trade hours for dollars, because time is more important than anything. Because everybody gets 24 hours in a day. You have 24 hours to make it happen. Because when you trade your hours for dollars, you have to ask for permission to live, permission to take off, permission to breathe. I don't have to ask for permission for anything. You feel me? It's between God and me. God, me, my wife, and when we had kids. And the thing is, the way adulting is crazy. And they call trading your hours for dollars security. Nah, they're just trying to keep you hostage. But for me, I reached a point where I had to be honest with myself. The rat race wasn't broken, it was working exactly how it was designed, just not for me. So I made a decision most people are scared to make. I started my own medical courier company, Never Late Medical. I got no boss. I'm the boss. No clock watching. I have never had to clock in, clock out. I set how long my lunches are, and I still get paid for them. Basically, on here, I'm able to eat on here for free, and I get paid for it. So I got no boss, no clock watching, no cap on my effort. Meaning, when you get paid per hour, they're putting a cap on what you could make. They're putting a cap on what you could make. But just responsibility and freedom. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of crazy. Oh yeah, oh yeah. It's about to. Hey, look, the 1% channel is about to skyrocket. Cause I'm glad I didn't do all the setting up the scenes for on the new channel. I'm glad I set up the scenes on this channel, so when I start going crazy on the 1% channel, it's gonna make sense. It's gonna make sense. Like the 1% channel is all about motivating yourself because like I be trying to tell people I can give you the game on how to work for yourself. So you don't have to trade your time in for nothing. Because when my wife and I have kids, I'm not gonna have to talk to a boss talking about I can go to my son's practice, my daughter's cheerleading. I ain't gonna have to talk to nobody about that. Nah. I get to turn this camera on and just make money. And mind you, I don't really look. I'm only focused on getting 1,000 people in to be the members. So that I don't know what those people will be, but I just want the goal was to get 1,000 members in my Discord. Like that's it. Because the 1% channel, I'm gonna keep that name. I'm gonna create merch. I have applications for mods, but I'm gonna wait on that. I'm gonna wait on that. I'm good with the three. I'm good with the no. I'm good with the four mods I have. Oh my goodness. I'm good with the four mods I got. So it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a great time. And then, so, and let me be clear. This wasn't easy what I do. There were late nights, paperwork. I got notebooks upon notebooks. You wouldn't understand. Oh, hey Burberry, every time you hear that sound, like it's a certain sound. Cause I don't know, it doesn't show the face that it's supposed to show. But every time you hear a sound, that lets you know that somebody subscribed to the channel. But let me see. Let me see real quick. Let me see real quick. I'm not, bro. I'm not, bro. I'm 31. I'm not an uncle. Relax. Relax. Just be chill. Oh shoot. Shoot. Let me see. Okay. Let me see. I'm about to see if I can bring it up. See if I can put it on the screen. I'll see if I can put it on the screen on the main screen. Cause I already got an alert box for when people sub. I just it just won't show it for some reason. So hey, let me see. I'm gonna do a test. Alright, when you hear that sound right there, that's when you know somebody subscribed to the channel. That right there was just a test. That was just a test. When you hear that sound, that's when you know somebody subscribe to the channel. Cause I can see on the left side of me, it shows me who subscribed. Like yesterday, somebody subscribed, and then somebody just subscribed 38 minutes ago. But oh, okay, like you gotta give me better roast. I know you. I know you're talking about. I know you're talking about. I know you're talking about Burberry. Let me change what's above me. Hold on. Where's let me show this on here. Not not really. Appreciate the subscribe. Appreciate it, bro. I haven't even, bro. I just ate cereal. I just ate cereal. Damn. Oh, I'm trying to find it. I'm trying to find where I can put the goal. Okay, yeah. I got you. I got you. Well, yeah. Yeah. It's right above me. Burberry. You see this? You see where it says sub subscriber? Yeah. Like that's above me. Burberry. I got the goal above me. Let me see. So yeah, so hey brother, if you ain't see these, I'm showing to you. Alright? So here is my HIPAA certification, and here is my bloodborne pathogen certification, which classifies me as an actual company. So there were late nights, paperwork I filled out, contracts, learning things nobody teaches you in school. Cause like I make sure that I go to a person who does my taxes for me. Oh no, it's you don't see it. It's the blue marker right here. You see it right here. This is the goal. Like it shows it's above me. Jay Jay's the one who it's above me. Like this is it shows these subscriber go above me. You see, it's right here. You have you usually have like a screen set up behind them. Oh, hey, I don't have a green screen. I don't got no green screen. Let's see. Yeah, cause mine's above me right here. You see it? Let me see. But and I've been to other people's streams. Other people's streams, they don't be having like I think I'm the only streamer that's on YouTube that uses TX. What? Oh, he's I don't know, bro. You showing me, bro. I'm trying to. I kind of look like him. I kind of. Well, we share the same birthday month. We share the same birthday month. We share the same birthday month, Professor Oak. Because I was born in September. He born in September. All right. So this video is. I got 13 videos in this playlist. 13 videos. And I'm about to get some lunch. All right. I might get some lunch. Oh, really? The same mustache. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Yeah, we favor. Alright. Alright, so I'm about to start this video. Let me put this let me put this stuff up. Put these certificates up. Wait a second. So I'm gonna turn this on first. I'm gonna turn this on for y'all.
How you make $40,000 a year, but you drive a Hellcat? I got
That makes no sense. How you make $40,000 a year and you driving a Hellcat? You know how much a Hellcat? That's crazy. That's crazy. One second, bro. That's crazy. Hey, that's crazy. Alright, cool. Cool. Cool beans. Cool beans.
I'm moving out of my high-rise apartment down.
Hey, also to put put icing on it, this right here. This is what started me buying LLCs. That means I own this name. This name right here, the name you see on here, I own this name. I have nothing but EINs. You know what I'm saying?
Downtown, and I'm moving into a regular apartment with a white fridge. And like they trying to like make this trend of like downsize and like get some kind of trend, but let's like no nigga. A lot of y'all are just going back to where y'all supposed to be at.
And another thing I don't get is when my coworkers make me feel bad that I only work part-time, and then they're like, oh, you must not have bills, you must not have like your parents must pay for this, or you got to do this. And I was like, no, I'm just very intentional with what I spend my money on. Like, we literally have the same check.
How you make $40,000 a year but you drive a Hellcat? How you out every weekend buying drinks but your credit card's maxed out?
That makes no sense.
How can you afford to go on vacation when you ain't paid your car note in 2 months? Baby, your car about to go on a permanent vacation to the repo lot. We can't be having a lobster appetite on a ramen noodle budget. It ain't gonna work.
Facts.
I got the newest and freshest outfit down to the socks, and I ain't got no money in my checking account. What sense does that make? And I know because I've done it before, you know, trying to live above your means and impress people, and it just ain't it.
I'd rather have people care about the content of my character first. It just ain't worth it to be fronting all the time and pretending. The truth gonna come to the light eventually. Do not spend all your money trying.
Cause I'm letting you know one thing and one thing only. I will never I ain't got time to be impressing people. The woman you see me with each and every day, she met me. I met her in my natural state. You thought I was dressed to the nines? No. I wore pajamas to meet her parents. To meet her mom, I met her parents wearing pajama pants and a shirt. You thought I was going to be dressing up? I was good, nugget. Christmas is good. We blessed. Um, bills are going to get paid in God's name. Everything in this house is paid for, and this year is intentional. I'm focused on paying debts off. So so when I'm able to get back to work, I'm paying. I'm taking care of my debts, my wife's debts. It's gonna be all this gonna be intentional. And um also everybody who is subscribed to this channel, go to this channel because this channel right here is where the 1% channel going to the moon. We going to the moon. I used this channel to take out the kinks so I wouldn't have to do it on the new channel. So basically, this channel will be YouTube partner. Then my other channel will be a YouTube partner. It's gonna be. We're gonna go to the moon with this one. One second.
To impress people. They don't care that much anyways. The only person you should be trying to impress is yourself every day. So just remember this weekend, drinks are not on you. Get somebody else to do it.
And so this is a topic that we have to talk about. Saving your money and living above your means. So many Americans go around living above their means, paying for things that they cannot afford, trying to impress people that do not care about them, and overall looking for external validation from individuals that they should care less about in and of themselves. People have their priorities mixed up. They would rather go outside and flex thousands of dollars worth of clothes that are on credit before they educate themselves about financial literacy. I mean, what is even up with this incessant?
Man, listen. I don't own no Louis Vuitton clothing. I used to have a Burberry beanie. I don't got no Burberry beanie no more. I don't have no Giuseppe's. I don't have no Celine Dion. Like all my clothes are from Shein. You think I would never spend over $1,000 on no pairs of like I used to wear Jordans. I don't wear Jordans no more. I wear New Balance, A6. Puma. I don't wear Jordans no more.
Belief that you need to go around impressing other people. We are grown men and women. Why do you care about what somebody else thinks about you? You have your own bank account, you have your own finances that you need to worry about, and they do too. If you all are worried about each other's, then you got your priorities messed up. People worried about buying a Hellcat. Like you said, a Hellcat. You making $40,000 a year. How can you afford a Hellcat? Car payment looking like rent. What? That doesn't make any sense. People out here flexing shoes, flexing garments. Are you crazy? You need to be flexing that Roth IRA. You need to be flexing that.
I mean, yeah, denim tears, like that's cool, but the price is what gets me. Cause before I got married, my wife, I used to be the person who would willingly just pay any amount. Cause I used to not look at the price. I used to not look at prices when I go shopping. But now I do. I look at how much something costs and I go for the sale. I go for the sale.
Robinhood account. Are you kidding me? So, in tandem with the American economy just being outright downtrodden right now, people getting laid off from jobs, the work that we do have often not paying enough to suffice for your day to day expenses, we also have people making bad financial decisions, digging themselves into an even deeper hole.
Yo, so y'all been seeing them videos of people that's doing shit like, oh, selling a car. I got rid of my $900 car payment car so I could get a cash car, a 2003 Tahoe, and I don't have to pay a car note anymore. I love my 2006 Lexus that I have now because I don't have a car note. I'm moving out of my high-rise apartment downtown and I'm moving into a regular apartment with a white fridge. And like they trying to like make this trend of like
I'm a black Jew. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. That's why I'm happy where I am. Cause like everything in the house is paid for. I ain't gotta worry about savings for anything. But hey, when I cannot wait until the 6 months is up because in this 6 months of next year is going to be a movie. I'm going to have a whole introduction for my Twitch. Like I'll do a 1 hour stream on my YouTube channel on 1%, then head over to Twitch. The stores hate to see you coming is crazy. This Burberry crazy, man.
downsize and like get some kind of trend, but let's like no nigga. A lot of y'all are just going back to where y'all supposed to be at.
Yeah, a lot of people in this society, they be trying to like go like have a competition. Like case in point, people go to people's houses and be like, "My home bigger." I'm like, "Oh, okay, your home bigger," but there's a lot of people who would try to pay so much in rent, then all of a sudden have to dial it back. Like, oh, I can't afford this. Let me go back to what I can afford.
Just saying. Instead of just saying like, yeah, I was living above my means. I was trying to flex. I was doing shit I wasn't supposed to be doing. Y'all trying to make it like trendy or like this kind of new this coin a new term for y'all was living above y'all means. Like that's one thing about this economy right now. It's resetting this shit and putting a lot of people back to where they supposed to be. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that to sound
Because also, even with the artists that y'all see on TV, they all living above their means. Every artist you see is living above their means. The money that they spending ain't their money, it's the label's money. They gotta pay that back. They gotta pay that back. That's the crazy thing that y'all don't realize. Y'all got to pay that back. Y'all gotta pay that back. Burberry, why would you get that? Hold up, bro. Hold up. Hold up, bro. Hold up. Hold up, bro. Hold up. Hold up, bro. You telling me you went to Macy's to purchase a leg crusette, which is cookware. Oh my goodness, Burberry. I'm looking at the price. I'm looking at the price for it. I'm like, I know. I was like, oh no, nah, nah. I'm not even a cook. Nah, nah, nah. Um, the most I spent on a cooking set, I don't even cook. My wife does. I would never spend over $200 something. Man. One second. Uh, 1 second, man. It's crazy. It is crazy. Them other pizza, them other pizza get cooked. You feel me? Hold up, Burberry, hold up. I believe you, Burberry, but a 4-quart pot that was originally 400, and you just using the pot to cook in. Boy, I would have went to Walmart and got the same kind of pot for less. And 270 is a sale? Nah, nah. All right, let me see. One second. I can get it. Hold up. I can get a 4-quart pot for 20 over 20 some dollars from Walmart, and you pay that much for a 4-quart pot? You could have went to Walmart and saved more money. What was the brand? What was the brand, Burberry? I guess you didn't get the Hey, so hold up. Let me go to because we got Steph from Sam's. We got our Steph from Sam's. So wait 1 second. Let me see something real quick. So I can find it. I don't know if I can find it though. I know, but what brand was it though? Like what brand was the pot? What brand was it? That's what I want to know. What brand was it?
Elite is. I'm just saying, like a lot of folks was out here living way above their means with all that in, the imaginary money in their pockets from them stimmy checks and all that type of shit. A lot of people was doing shit they ain't had no business doing, living how they wasn't supposed to be living. Yeah, I'm meal prepping. Nigga, you eating leftovers because your ass can't afford the DoorDash and go out to eat every fucking week, every damn day for every damn meal like you was doing. Them credit cards and shit maxed out. You got folks out here trying to like make couponing trendy and shit. Like, bro, that's the type of shit that y'all was supposed to be doing to begin with. A lot of people skip.
See, look, I my debt, my debt ain't never been that bad. My dad ain't never been that bad. Like, I mean, my school debt, I'm gonna get that cleared up. But I only owe that much in like besides school debt, that's majority of what's bothering my credit.
Skip that being broke stage. You know what I'm saying? But this reset of the economy that's happening right now, the struggle, you know what I'm saying, that a lot of us went through in 2008, that recession. See, a lot of y'all hitting that right now. Y'all gonna feel it. So some of us already been, we used to buying store brand bag cereal, you know what I'm saying, shit like that. A lot of y'all new motherfuckers, yeah, y'all new here. Cause just this time
I
last year,
knew,
y'all was literally arguing with folks like myself about going to Cheesecake Factory. Y'all was too good for that. Now y'all over at Applebee's talking about y'all need the 2 for $20.
bro. I go to Applebee's, I go to Chili's, I go to Texas Roadhouse, Outback Steakhouse, Cheesecake Factory, Red Robin, Yum. What? 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 I've only been, look, I've been with Chris. I've been to Capitol Grill. I've been to Mesh. I've been to Morton's. I've been to these extravagant restaurants one time. You think I'm going there multiple? Nah, G. Not me. Not me. Oh, okay. Okay. That's the brand. Let's Rosette. Okay, okay. I understand. I understand. But the amount you paid, that's crazy. Oh yeah, Capitol Grill, like the price for their food, it makes sense because it tastes how by how much you spending, you get the taste. Like I get it, I get why it costs that much. I had that black tie, I had that black tie cocktail. It was good. The steak was like butter. The steak was like butter.
I'm just saying, y'all ain't don't get mad at me. I can pull the footage. Y'all was too good for this regular shit. Now the economy is forcing y'all to do this shit. Come on now, don't make it trendy now. Trying to coin some cute little term for this shit. Like, nah, motherfucker, you was living above your means. Now you gotta go be on a budget and shit. This where a lot of y'all supposed to been. You wasn't supposed to be in that brand new car. Your ass supposed to be up in that cash car. Wasn't supposed to be in that luxury apartment. You was supposed to be in that regular apartment with that white fridge and them white appliances. You don't get no dishwasher.
This economy will humble you. And that's exactly what that brother was referencing. So many people buy apartments they can't afford, buy cars they can't afford, buy clothes they can't afford, putting things on credit, trying to make it seem as if they're better than what they actually are. When in reality, you should be saving and investing and living below your means such that you can do that. And so videos like these call out to all of those individuals who are extremely pretentious and are now being humbled by the reality of the society and the economic state of America. And it's really just all funny because the people that are constantly trying to impress others with things, items, all of these ridiculous knickknacks that really don't mean anything are all broke. None of them are actually making any money. It's literally like a case of the blind leading the blind. Everybody is broke. Everybody wants to act like they're not broke. Everybody's wearing these items that only broke people wear, that rich people that own these companies convince you to buy to make you feel richer than you are. And then you end up having to downsize, and now you look just as foolish as the clown that you were trying to mask behind the act of being bougie.
I feel like a lot of people live above their means and do not even know it. Like you feel like it's a requirement for you to get your nails done, even though you don't have a car. You mean to tell me you couldn't take 2 seconds to learn to do your own hair? You didn't have enough time to learn to do your own hair, but you have enough time to go out to eat? The problem is you're living above your means and you don't even know it because you're so used to seeing everybody around you live above their means. You will be better off doing that, such as I do, money or not, and making that turkey sandwich, regardless. If your coworkers go out to eat and they ask you to go out to eat, you can pack your turkey sandwich with you and eat before you go. You and your friend can hang out and have a good time without having to spend money. And this is the most uncomfortable truth that you have to sit in. You know you don't have the money to do it, but for some reason you still do it. Because you've seen your mom live above her means, she saw her mama live above her means, and so on and so forth. And for the people that don't know what to live above their means means, it means spending less than what you make. Way less. The problem is you get a raise and you spend more money. That money can go towards debt, your savings, or anything else. But society says, girl, it's time to get a new car. Girl, it's time to get some new hair, new shoes, new this, new that. You didn't need any of that. You was perfectly fine before, if you really want to be honest. All I'm saying is do better. Look at your account. When you get a new raise, you get some new money, put it towards something that you need to put it towards. Stop going out to eat. The food ain't even that good anyway. Bye.
And as I always say, the sisters and brothers are always spitting facts. We could have an entire conversation about restaurant food and how a lot of these super expensive restaurants are really just making you pay for the ambiance. Much of the food is the exact same. Many of the menus look extremely similar, if not identical. They just have funny looking words with little hashtags and marks on the top of them. You go to these places, you got $100 meals, $200 meals, $300 meals. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This food gonna be out my belly by tomorrow. Come on now. But the sister made a very valid point. It's also something Robert Kiyosaki talks about in his book, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, which is as your finances increase, the money you make increases, keep your expenses low. Do not increase your expenses as your money increases as well. That's counterintuitive and it's counterproductive. All of the difference between the money that you were making before and the money you are making now can go towards investments. Instead of putting that money towards something stupid like getting your hair done, which is a conversation in and of itself because you were born with hair, getting your nails done, or getting all of these other acts of pampering that don't even matter. Who you trying to look pretty for, girl? Who are you trying to look pretty for?
And another thing I don't get is when my coworkers make me feel bad that I only work part-time, and then they're like, oh, you must not have bills, you must not have like your parents must pay for this, or you got to do this. And I was like, no, I'm just very intentional with what I spend my money on. Like, we literally have the same check. I knew I was going part-time, so I had to cut some shit. Even when I was making full-time, it was essentially a lot of money for me. So at that time, at first I did blow my check. I used to blow my check as an RN. I made a lot of money, especially as an RN in Indiana, but the things I was doing did not make any sense. Hair always did, nails always did, lashes always did, but then it was like every 2 weeks I would spend $600 on maintenance. And then plus I had my rent, my car insurance, and then also groceries and stuff like that. Shit was not adding up. I literally had to cut my spending and allocate my funds because that's what made sense to me and that's what's important to me. If what's important to you is maintenance, then please, by all means, like, spend all of your money on maintenance. But what's important to me is longevity in what I'm doing in my life. Most of my coworkers, when it comes to like housing, they either live in like a nice ass penthouse or they just bought a house. Me, I knew I couldn't do that. So I live in a very nice duplex, but it's $1,000. Like, I cannot ask for anything more. And two, most of my coworkers get their hairs done literally every 2 weeks. Me, I cannot afford it. I'm a baddie, but I'm also a baddie on a budget. I had a half wig literally all of most of July, and then previously before that, and now I have braids, and I will try to keep these until literally all throughout August and a little bit into the next month, because I don't want to spend unnecessary money on like a hairstyle that's gonna ruin my hair anyways. One thing I do need to, I cannot justify for myself is having my nails done and having my lashes done. That's definitely something I do want to work on. Lashes, honestly, that's where I'm definitely slacking at. I do spend like $100 on my lashes literally every 2 weeks. That's going to need to be cut. I don't know whether I'm going to have to get some lash clusters or something. And then my nails, I don't know. If you guys have any advice, that definitely needs to be cut too. And then also I was spending a lot of money on groceries, which is something I'm going to have to do better on. Like, I'll try to do a full grocery shop and then at least make it last for 2 weeks.
Now, this is a conversation that needs to be had amongst women, especially. That maintenance is ridiculous. There is no reason why you need to spend all of that money on things that God gave you for free. Talking about eyelashes, hundreds of dollars for eyelashes, hundreds of dollars for hair, hundreds of dollars for nails. Are you crazy? Come on now. For what? The nails that you put on your nails mess up your nails. The hair that you put on your hair mess up your hair. The eyelashes that you put on your eyelashes mess up your eyelashes. Can't even see. So we have to get to the crux of the problem of why you feel the need to have all of these items to make you look greater than what you already are in the first place. But this is just another example of people living above their means. What are all of these nurses thinking where they feel the need to spend all of this money? You have a good job. There are people who are willing to die to be in your position, and yet you're spending senselessly as if you can get a do-over. Come on now. But I am glad that this sister recognized the errors in her ways, and she's beginning to change her habits to make sure that they align with the financial future that is beneficial not only for her, but that could be beneficial to everybody. Everyone can benefit from taking a good look at their finances and seeing where they are overspending and seeing where they can save and invest instead.
I moved into a place that I can't afford and now I'm stuck. I recently moved into a luxury apartment, and though it is nice and I like it and all these other things, I realized that I can't afford it. And when I say I can't afford it, it does not mean I can't pay for it. Like, I have enough money to pay for it as far as money's in my bank account, but as far as like what I want to do in life, I can't really afford it. In a sense of, now I'm in a position where it's like I'm here and I pay so much in rent, it's to the point where it's like I can't even go on a trip right now. Like, I can't. Like, and I haven't traveled in a while, and I'm very big on traveling. Like, I'm very big on going out and stuff like that. And I can't really do it as much as I would like to, because it's like,
Because, like, when people realize the money goes up based on the location, and then when you're in the neighborhood I'm in, it's kind of weird. Like, I'm in a house, but when you leave the street, when you leave my street, there's a church in the middle. There's a church like right down the street, and then there's a apartment complex, a little apartment complex where the house is around surrounded by houses. That's kind of crazy.
I can't afford it. And I don't know why we do this to ourselves. Like, I don't know why when we feel like we get a new job or we start making money, more money and stuff like that, it's like, oh, I have to increase my living expenses. Because that's what I was thinking. I was like, okay, well, now I'm making more money, so it just makes sense for me to get a nicer place. It just makes sense for me to get a luxury apartment because I'm making this amount of money, and people who make this amount of money live in this kind of place. And like I said before, I like where I live. It's really nice. It's, really cool and everything, but it's like, at what expense? And I feel like a lot of people don't understand the difference between, yes, you can afford it as far as like money in your account, but you can't really afford it for real, for real. Like, I'm in a position I honestly and truly can say, like, if something drastic would happen, knock on wood, I pray not, I don't know if I'll be able to afford it. In a sense of, I do have money saved up, but for example, my best friend, right? She totaled her car recently, and so she literally has to buy a new car this weekend. She just totaled her car like 2-3 days ago. She has to buy a new car this weekend. I honestly and truly could say, if I had to buy a new car right now, I would be screwed. Because it's like, dang, like, do I really have enough money to? Because so much of my money has going to me upgrading my lifestyle. And I just feel like, I don't know, I just feel like we have this mindset in a sense of like, oh, when I start making more money, I have to drive a certain kind of car. I have to live in a certain kind of place. I have to be a certain kind of person. And it's like, the place I was living before, it was nothing wrong with it. It was nice. It was cool. I mean, it wasn't as quote unquote nice as the place I'm living now, but at the same time, it's like, what is it worth? At least before, when I wanted to, I can go on trips and I can do different things. And it's just like the same problems that I was having before, I have again, because I feel like every time I want to, like, I level up my lifestyle, I feel like I have to level up all the problems with it. And it's like, that's why I truly never level up. Because it's like, when I increase one thing, I just increase another thing. As soon as I get more opportunities, I just increase my problems.
Yeah, so when I started when I started my own company in June, I didn't increase nothing. I didn't increase nothing. There's a lot of people paying over 2,000 for this, for that. Nope. Um that's crazy. That's crazy.
And yeah, so I just thought that was so crazy because I really was sitting here and I'm like, yo, I can afford this place on paper, but like I can't afford this place in my soul.
So what the sister really was getting to is that she really can't afford it. Affording is the ability to be able to purchase an item or a good while still being able to have money left over to live comfortably. And what she is expressing is that she does not have that. She has the money in her account to pay for rent every month, but she's uncomfortable doing everything else. Probably feels a bit quirky about paying the car note, probably feels a bit quirky about paying insurance. All of these things culminate into a person that is on their last leg. And like she said, she can't comfortably go on trips anymore. In her previous apartment, she was able to. This is what happens when people live above their means, and just because their money and their financial intake increases, they then justify increasing their expenses as well. But what do you guys think about this video? I think it's a good conversation to have. Americans begin to become more aware of their finances and aware of the money they're spending and the opportunity cost where they could actually place this money in investments instead of spending it on senseless things like a new expensive apartment or on senseless goods that are really bad. But thank you for tuning into this video. Like, comment, and subscribe if you would like to see more, and I will see you in the next one.
Your debt in total, $210,000. That's a mortgage.
Hi, my name is Sierra. I am 18 and I am over $500,000 in debt.
Credit card number 1. Current
You 18 already?
balance is $7,513. Credit card number 2 is $8,912.74. Credit card number 3, the current balance is $10,229.91.
Hi there. Let's talk about this number right here. This is how much debt I have.
I can go to Target and spend $600 and then I could take it all home and regret all of it.
Then return it.
But I don't.
Your debt in total, $210,000. That's a mortgage. And these are like 8, 15, 5, balloon percentages.
Yeah.
This is insane. And you don't think this is that bad? You don't think that number is that bad?
The number sounds bad, but
Since you're not willing to say it, I need her to know behind me. This is bad. This is scary. And not all of it's bankruptable either. There's a lot of student loans in here that worst comes to worst, will not be bankruptable.
bankruptcy
Is what everyone says who goes bankrupt. So, any final thoughts? Any final questions?
No, I mean, thank you for taking the time to go through this. I know it's kind of aggravating, frustrating with all the paper and whatnot, a little bit of lack of clarity. I thought I was coming here with a lot of clarity, but as far as the situation, but I guess wasn't the case. But like I said, I appreciate you taking the time to sit with me.
Well, being a crazy Monday episode, as usual. Unfortunately, with what we were just given here, it cannot be higher than a 0 out of 10. So, Hammer Financial score is 0 out of 10.
And so this is a reoccurring problem across America. People are in crazy amounts of debt. crippling amounts of debt even, and it causes them to live their lives in incredible amounts of stress and disarray. I think that people need to focus on lowering their expenses, making sure they're not reverting to the credit card whenever they can't afford something, and making sure that they handle their priorities first, being financial literacy and making moves that are in alignment with proper investing instead of spending tons of money on liabilities. Now, something that I've noticed across all of these videos, a very large portion of the debt that many of these individuals are in have to do with student loans. And I've always been a key supporter of people going to college for a major that will make them money for this exact reason. If you have tons of student loans, which most people will have once they get out of school, it behooves you to get into an industry that makes enough money such that you're able to either pay those loans off or at least maintain yourself financially whilst making those payments.
Hi, my name is Sierra. I am 18 and I am over $500,000 in debt. So come have dinner with me and clean my kitchen while I talk about
How you 18? You already owe $500,000 in debt. How? How? I never even. Nah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
got here. Okay, so we're gonna be making the trashiest Midwestern dinner, tater tot hot dish for my boyfriend because he won't eat the healthy food I ate. Okay, so let's talk about the first thing that got me started off having any debt in the first place. This year in May, I think it was, right before the summer, I purchased my dream car. And a little backstory actually first. So I've been working full-time since I was a sophomore in high school. So I did not go to school. I worked full-time and did online school while I was working. So I've been making a full-time income as a manager of a spa the whole time. So I was able to be in this position. A little bit of a side story for that. So with that being said, I ended up buying a 2025 Honda CR-V hybrid at the beginning of this year, and I will insert a picture of it here so you can kind of get an idea what it looks like. It would not let me insert a picture, so here's her right now. Don't mind the dirt. She doesn't get a car wash ever, but... And now I'm going to be completely transparent because that's why you're watching, and I love when other people are. So I ended up paying, I think it was $49,000 after everything for that. So it was around $49,000. I don't remember what my down payment was, but I now owe, I think, like $23,000-22,000 on it. And my goal is to pay it off in the next few months, or at least by the next year it has to be paid off. So that is where the first amount of debt comes from, and that will hopefully be paid off soon, but that's why I'm making this, to hold myself accountable and to make sure that it gets paid off. And I love watching these. That Caleb guy has been all over my For You page, so it inspired me just to be transparent because everyone's life looks great, but it's really a bunch of debt. So forgot to video me skipping this in, but that is the debt for my car. So that is a small percentage of the $500,000 that I claimed. So the other big portion is going to come from this house. We just moved in and closed November 1st. So with that being said, I bought the house with my longtime boyfriend, so it is not on me, it is both of our loan. So the house, not that I wanted to share this information, but I guess we're being transparent. The house, after we put our down payment down and paid all the fees and whatever, it came out to $503 is what the loan amount was for. So we have a $500,000 loan under us for that, which we have a 30-year loan for that, and my goal is to get that paid off as fast as possible. So hopefully not in 30 years. If so, this is gonna be a long series I'm making for 30 years to pay off my house loan. And so with that being aired out now, that is the debt I'm dealing with and working on paying off. I am making a goal to post about it and be transparent about it because I feel like it's extremely realistic, and it's hard for other people to put themselves in, compare themselves to other people when it's literally all just a bunch of debt. Everyone is just in a ton of debt, and if you're not, congratulations, but the rest of us are. So this is just me.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of debt. $500,000? Nah. Majority of my debt is school debt. It's like the school, my degrees. That's the only debt I have for real. Nah, I've never had no $10,000 credit card, $20,000, 30. Nah.
Me personally, what debt I have and what I'm working through. A lot of people wouldn't count their house as debt, I feel like, whenever anyone talks about it, but it is in fact debt. So follow if you want to see more of my debt payoff journey, as well as budgeting tips, tricks, and all of my little schemes that have got me where I am. And to everyone who's going to judge me for this, I don't care.
Foolishness. Just a bunch of foolishness. Why in the world would you get your dream car at such a young age? And having a Honda as a dream car is interesting. But why would you do that? You spent almost $50,000 on a car that you really can't afford. You went into debt on a vehicle, which is one of the greatest liabilities that any person could ever have. It only depreciates with time. And so now you're worried about paying off of this crazy car note that you probably have. I think it's great that you've been able to pay off so much, and it seems such a little period of time. However, that doesn't change the fact that that's not a financial decision you should have made in the first place. In addition to that, it seems that she has purchased too much home. She has far too much of house in order for her to live comfortably financially. What she has is a home that cost $500,000 because the lender gave her $500,000. The same mistake that I've spoken about people making constantly, buying a home for the amount that the lender gives you instead of buying a home given the lifestyle that you have, and then they end up in ridiculous amounts of debt unnecessarily. I just think that it's crazy that some people go into this much debt by way of their own volition. There are individuals out there that go into debt because the economy is doing bad, they can't really afford anything, and so it necessitates them to use credit cards. But to go into this amount of debt when you don't have to, it's just crazy. And she's right when she's talking about people on social media flexing and trying to act like they have a whole bunch of things that they don't really have. In reality, most people are in debt. Most people do not own the things that they are showing off online outright. Most people put those things on credit cards, are still paying on them, have high interest rates, and they're living in debt that is above their eyeballs.
I'm exposing my debt so you can feel better about your debt. Let's do this. My husband and I are in a lot of debt, and we're finally in a season where we can start to pay that debt off a little more aggressively than just making the minimum monthly payments. And I decided to document our journey to being debt-free. The debt that I'm going to start out with is a debt that I don't have the exact specific numbers for just yet, just because we're working on refinancing a couple of things and that's going to take some time. That being said, I can estimate that we have over $100,000 worth of student loans and personal loans. And I can get into more of the why behind the personal loans, but maybe I'll save that for another video. Before you watch the rest of this video, if you think you have more debt than me, hit the like button. Let's move on to our credit card debt, which is really our priority right now. Gotta take a sip before this. As of today, we have 6 credit cards. We're just gonna name them credit card 1, credit card 2, credit card 3, etc. I'm also not gonna go into the why behind this credit card debt right now. I can do that in another video, and if you're curious about it, I would love to share some of those stories. We all have stories where hardships hit and we had to do what we could to survive. Credit card number 1. Current balance is $7,513. Credit card number 2 is $8,912.74. Credit card number 3, the current balance is $10,229.91. Credit card 4, the balance is $10,317.05. Credit card number 5, current balance is $11,812.86. And I saved the best for last. Or maybe the most tragic. Credit card number 6, current balance is $16,582.43. Our current running balance of credit card debt is $63,227.
Hold up.
82.43. Our current running balance of credit card debt is
$63,000 in debt with credit cards? That's insane. That's insane. I never hit that. I never hit that number ever.
$227. We are going all in and being extremely aggressive on how much we are paying per month. Credit card debt is very stressful. There's a lot of shame around it and it can feel really isolating. But I don't look at this number with fear anymore. If you have debt that you're afraid to face, I really encourage you to face it. Stare at it until it doesn't scare you anymore, because it's just a number. I take this debt really seriously, and my husband and I take full responsibility and accountability for every single dollar of this debt. It doesn't matter the reason that we're in it. Everybody has a story and reasons behind their debt, and we shouldn't judge anyone. I certainly don't. So here it is, $63,000 in credit card debt, and this is where it all begins. I'm terrified and also excited to be documenting and sharing this journey with anyone who wants to watch. If you were at all shocked by this number, I'd love to hear from you. Leave me a comment, like this video, and I'm excited to share a progress video with you all very soon.
63,000? Woo! But this is an example of somebody handling debt responsibly and is placing it as priority number one in their lives to pay off and take care of, instead of acting like it doesn't exist. Many people go around trying to act as if their debt means nothing, trying to act as if their debt isn't there, trying to act as if their debt will simply go away on its own. And that's not how things work. If you are not consistently paying on your debt, if you're not consistently giving your debt time and attention, it will grow, it will foster, it will become bigger than what it currently is, and it will become an even greater weight on your shoulders. This is why it's important to make sure you and your significant other, her husband in this case, or boyfriend, whatever, are on the same page. Because if you're not, then you'll have a case where you're trying to pay off your debt and they're accruing more of it. Do you know how stressful that could be? Imagine being with someone who is in debt, whilst being in debt yourself, trying to pay off the debt, and as you are, they're just adding and stacking more debt on top. That's crazy. But these are the things that you have to look out for, and thankfully enough, it seems like that lady decided to make sure she got a man who wouldn't do something like that, such that they both prioritize their debt and are handling it now that they're in it. Because, like she said, there are many reasons for why somebody can get in debt. It's not always due to irresponsibility, but oftentimes it is.
I can go to Target and spend $600, and then I could take it all home and regret all of it.
Then return it.
But I don't.
Okay.
So then I just am negative $600 for going to Target.
And how much is this loan that you took out that he doesn't know? $6,000. Almost what you bring in after taxes and everything on a monthly basis. Immediately, a month has to go to that. How much was this vacation? You took out $6,000?
No, the vacation was $4,000.
What kind of lifestyle are you guys living?
Champagne taste on a beer budget. It seems like we kind of spend when we want to spend.
What goals do we have for you guys, for the kids? Where are we trying to be? Looking 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, 20 years down the road. What are we trying to do? Because right now we're just living for fun in the moment. What are we trying to do? Do we have any combined goal?
I don't think we have a goals together. I want a house in Palm Beach by 40. And
But are you going to be able to move?
No, I want a second home.
No, she wants a second home, which is ridiculous.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. Just in the previous video, I spoke on how important it is to choose a significant other that is on the same page as you regarding debt. This is a prime example of what happens when you do not achieve that. You have one person who's focused on spending $600 in Target trips and taking out $6,000 loans that her man isn't even aware of. And then she wants to talk about getting a home in Palm Beach, making sure you get a second home. How are you going to make sure you get a second home when you could barely afford the debt that you have right now? But this is what happens when you get with an airhead as a man. Imagine being a man who is financially responsible. I don't know if he is, because if he was, he would know better than to get with a woman like that. But imagine being a man that is financially responsible, and then you go on to get with a woman who only acts as a financial burden to you. That is somebody who drains from you. That is somebody who takes away from you. That's someone that takes your light away from you. And given that all of those things are now in play in your relationship, it will not only cause your relationship to tear apart, but it will cause financial strain on your life that doesn't have to be there. So these things need to be talked about more. There needs to be more light spread on financial literacy, but also on better decision making in terms of the women or men that you choose to have inside of your lives, because that could be what makes or breaks your finances.
I don't know, maybe I have the wrong idea about it. Y'all keep saying debt this, debt that, save this, save that. The whole thing is like, I don't know. Maybe it's me, maybe it's my personal experience. I just known too many people that didn't even make it to 30, literally. So like, I'm not saying I shouldn't save for the future. I shouldn't have a retirement plan. I shouldn't put up 401, all this other shit. That's nice. Great. Nice. But the thing is, like, you need to live life now, I feel like, personally. I'm never going to get this time back. I'm never going to get these years back. I'm never going to get this year back. So y'all could save up for a vacation that might take me 5 years to save up for. And then what happens when I get to that 5-year mark and I can no longer do it? Things are way more expensive. So that's just out of the question. We got some type of crazy ass ban where we can't leave the country, or I just not in a physical shape or mental shape to even be able to travel. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm irresponsible as fuck. I have no clue. I just know that if I can make a way to make shit happen, I'm gonna make it happen. And to me, experiences are more important than any of this material shit and saving up retirement funds, all this extra shit. I just don't care about that right now. I'm sorry, I don't. Like, savings, yeah, cool, fine, dandy, but like, for me personally, I feel like this country is already just going to shit as is, and it's like crazy expensive to live here. So like, for me, I know y'all saying like, oh, you need to save up, expenses, bills, emergency funds, all this stuff, 401k, you want to retire, you want to pay down your debts. I don't give a shit. I'll change my name and move out the country, and y'all will never see me again. I don't know. Maybe I'm irresponsible. Maybe I don't think clearly. I don't know, y'all. I can't even think straight. I need a trip so damn bad I can't even think straight.
Sister, don't fall for the trap. Don't go, please. Don't fall. Don't fall. I understand the desire to want to enjoy your money. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem lies in enjoying your money at the expense of good financial decision making. When you have somebody who is willing to say they don't care about saving, they don't care about investing, they don't care about doing their 401k, all this is you setting yourself up for financial failure in the future. And so I understand that the country has problems. I understand that you want to cope with the fact that it seems like everything is going to shit. But that does not justify you putting yourself in an even worse position than you're already in. Let's say you don't save. Let's say you don't invest. Let's say you don't have money to pull from assets and resources. What happens? You go outside, you get bit by a damn dog, and now both your butt cheeks missing. What happens then? You gotta pay those hospital bills. You gotta make sure that you're able to pay for funeral expenses if somebody dies in your family. You have to make sure that you're able to pay if you get in a car accident. All of these things are life situations that occur that you have to save for. And you can't allow your insatiable desire to engage in luxury and leisure to inhibit your capacity to look out for yourself financially. It just doesn't work that way.
Hi there. Let's talk about this number right here. This is how much debt I have. I'm about $180,000 in debt from both federal and private student loans, my car loan, credit cards. That is all of my debt. I am 24 years old. I have a bachelor.
See, all of my debt is school loans. That's it. I got no debt on car loans at all. All my debt is specifically school loans. That's it. Because I'm getting my doctorate for sure. Because my degrees help my business, help me get more experience into what I'm doing.
Degree, so not even a master's. I have one minor, no focus in my major, as well as an honors degree, which did require some extra credits. So that is where this number is coming from. This is on top of the little amount of scholarships that I was awarded, so money I didn't have to pay back. This is everything I owe. Everything I owe. I came out of college in June of 2024, and I did not look at the debt that I was accruing. I took out loans as I needed them each year for college, and I didn't really think about what the percentages meant because I was never taught financial literacy. I didn't think about what the realistic number was going to be that I would have to owe each month on these loans, and they are astronomical, I will say. Sally Mae, which is my private loan creditor, wants $1,800 a month from me. That's just Sally Mae. I am right now in a grace period for 12 months where I only have to pay $1,033 to Sally Mae. I would not be able to afford the $1,800 a month if I wasn't able to get it down for 12 months. I don't know what I'm going to do in 11 months, but this is just me talking about it. On top of that, I owe about $287 to the federal government per month. That's not changing. And I owe $202 for my car payment, and that's not even including the $150 or $60 that I owe each month for the car insurance or my credit card payments. That doesn't include any of that. So, alone, Sally Mae wants $1,800 from me. I graduated college, as I just mentioned, in June of 2024, so this last year, and I wanted to just have a nice summer because I have been doing school for the last 5 years, and I've been taking summer courses full-time every year, and as well as working full-time. So this is also like the debt I have, and I was working full-time during the summers, and I was working part-time during the school years, so that's all, I still had no money, and I had to take out loans. So, being 23 years old, almost 24 when I graduated, I decided that I was just going to get a part-time job so that way I could only work part-time during the summer and kind of enjoy the summer because I had been doing over full-time in schools and working and had a role in my sorority, and I decided that I was just going to work part-time. And if I had looked at my loans fresh out of college, which I highly recommend you do if you have loans, do not wait until they are due to start looking at them. I decided to do that and made barely any money, but I didn't have any loan payments at the time during the summer, and I wish that I had started making the payments as soon as possible on those loans while I had them. So I worked part-time. Around November, my best friend was like, hey, I have loans, you have loans. Have you looked at what your loan payments are going to be? And I was like, shh, can't be that bad, right? Wrong. I looked at my loan payments and I cried. Because I was not taught financial literacy. And I didn't understand how...
That is why I'm glad I got a degree. I got business degrees. So I learned financial literacy as I was going to school. I looked at my loans. I get sent, man, that's crazy.
A credit company for student loans could charge me $1,800 if I wasn't making that much. I thought, okay, there must be something similar to the federal aid where you can do it based on income. No, they don't offer that. So I would also look into that before you take out student loans if they're going to offer income based or anything. They don't offer that. The best I could do was bring it down to $1,000. And then I was struggling to find a full-time job. I applied for like 3 months to over probably 500 jobs before I finally found one. This is the catch, that doesn't even require my degree. I found a job that paid $20 an hour, 40 hours a week, and it was degree recommended, not required. So I felt very grateful for that opportunity. I just don't understand why companies and jobs want you to have stepping stones but don't consider your degree to be the stepping stones or the foundation for working for those companies, and they want to pay less money for more years of experience. It doesn't make sense. It's really hard to find a job right now, like really, really hard. Anyway, flash forward, I'm doing this and I'm able to make my bare minimum payments, but that doesn't matter because in 12 months, I'm still going to owe $1,800 bare minimum on the Sallie Mae loans, and I cannot afford that. And I make $41,600 a year before taxes. Now, flash forward, I'm at this job for a couple months and I start to struggle really badly with my mental health. I'm talking like can't get out of bed except to go to work, really struggling, losing passion for everything, falling into a mix of, I would say, seasonal depression because it's winter and I struggle with that a lot, and also depression because my life is not going the way that I want it to go. And that is a hard thing to grasp. And also, debt is really hard. It's a hard thing, and like a lot of people struggle with it, so it's not just me coming on here. Like I'm very grateful and I am privileged, and there's a lot of things that are going well in my life, but like that debt is still looming over my head, and that is a real thing. I decided that this job was not worth staying at any longer because of how much it was impacting my mental health. I was crashing out all the time and I really tried to stick it out, but I was just really starting to see no purpose in my life, even though it was helping me make those bare minimum payments. I have since put in my 2 weeks and I'm going back to 2 part-time jobs that I've calculated out will make the same amount of money I make at this full-time job that I supposedly got with my degree. So I'm still going to make $41,600 and be able to make my bare minimum payments. But I am really worried about what I'm going to do in 11 months when I have to owe $1,800 just on Sallie Mae. I am putting this out there as like kind of a way to warn people about looking into what your loans look like. Teach yourself financial literacy, but I'm also putting this out there to ask what's the best case scenario? I don't really know what to do, and I've been trying to do research. I don't want to get sued by Sallie Mae. It's hard to find a job. I don't really want people coming out here being like, well,
It's kind of crazy though. So let's be for real, because everybody in this world in America is having to deal with loans and be in debt. But USA as a whole is in debt. Why is USA not being sued? And USA owes trillions of dollars, but they're not being sued. So something's not adding up. Something's not adding up. Oh my back. So that's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. That's what I need to figure out. Because how is everybody that lives in America in debt and being sued, but America is not being sued for being in debt? Does that make sense? Does that make sense, anybody?
just go find a higher paying job. You were silly to drop down to 2 part-time jobs. That is not the advice I'm looking for. I'm looking for a best way to knock out my loans and start paying them off faster with what I have. I'm making the bare minimum payments and a little bit more, and that's basically all of my income, and I'm looking for other ways to make extra money. So if I have to start door dashing as well, I'm going to go back to a job where I'll also be making tips. All of that's going to go towards it. What is the best way? Should I attack the ones that are high interest first? Should I go after the ones that are the smallest? Like, I'm genuinely curious, best way to knock out these loans, because I'm trying to be debt free. There was a time in my life where all I wanted was to make a ton of money. I don't care. Financial freedom to me looks like being debt free. I would love, and I'm not saying this is possible, but I don't think it's impossible either. I would love to be out of debt by the time I'm 30. That's 6 years from now. I have a lot of debt. I don't know how possible that is, but I would have to put all my money towards it. I've not made good financial choices. Like, I'm literally going on a trip in April. Like, I'm not saying that I'm perfect or that, but that's aside the case. That is aside the case. The point is, I can make the bare minimum right now, and I know that I could make more if I need to. Despite going on this trip in April, we don't need to talk about that. I'm still making choices, but I want to find out a way that I can get out of debt. I'm trying to find all these extra ways to make money. I'm going to keep probably eventually in the future apply to jobs, but it's just, this is the reality of it. It's just like, it's not like I'm magically going to make more money to pay off this debt. I am where I'm at. So I don't know. I'm looking for help, and I'm also trying to give some advice, but you should really educate yourself on financial literacy before you decide to take out loans. And if you have the opportunity to go to community college before going to a university, I would highly recommend doing that to save yourself as much money as possible, because at the end of the day, as fun as the memories were, and I'm so grateful for my friends and the people I met, and they are obviously priceless. Knowing what I know now, I don't know.
All right, so Mr. SMG, you told me under one of my streams, everybody ain't proud of you. They're just surprised you keep making things happen. I make money off of this channel. It might not be a lot, but I make some money off of this channel. And I don't complain about not having money. And I never speak about bills that are due. I have never once, I've never said donate to anybody in the stream. I just turn the stream on. But I go to other people's lives, y'all just fork y'all money at these other streamers, and I'm like, what's going on? And then you told me to think of an idea and do it. I thought of an idea, and now I'm doing it. And every time you come in here, you tell me bills are due, little bro. How old are you? How old are you?
If I would ever put myself in that position to let myself get into $180,000 worth of debt over school. So my credit's also shit, by the way, because of all the loans I've had to take out. So that is my story. And yeah, I just kind of came here to talk about it. I feel like it's important to talk about. And a lot of times I think we're kind of ashamed of it, but that's really it.
Yo, you better hop on OnlyFans and do something strange for some change. You better do something strange for some change. But in reality, this is what happens when you're not educated about your finances, about loans, about debt. And I think that it is a shame that there are so many people who go to college and decide to get into all of this debt without understanding the implications behind the debt that they will now receive. This is why I've said in previous videos and in this video, and I'll say it again and I'll keep on saying it. It is important that you choose a major that will allow you to sustain yourself financially whilst paying off those loans. Because if you do not, then you will have a burden on your back that is so great that you will be going through, as she said, depression. And the amount of mental strife, the amount of emotional strife, the amount of psychological damage that it could do to somebody to have to constantly go from job to job to job, thinking to yourself during this interview process, if I don't get this interview, if I don't get this job, I'm not going to be able to pay off this debt. I've got $800 debt payments that I got to make every this month, and I'm about to go broke. Oh my God. These are the kinds of things that will absolutely destroy you as a person if you do not get a handle on them. College is not about your passion. College is not about your experience. College is about getting a return on investment financially such that you can sustain yourself. I can guarantee you that she didn't get a degree in something that will guard her financially, and that is why she is stuck making $40,000 a year whilst being a person that is college educated, because the college degree that you got ain't useful for nothing but toilet paper. And she brought up the very valuable point about community college. Community college is an option that I think everyone should explore, especially in terms of getting rid of those gen ed courses that your first few years in college you'll be taking. They're completely unnecessary, generally speaking, and so that is a lot of debt that you will not have to accrue if you decide to make the decision to go to a college right around the block. But to offer a solution to what she's saying, it's quite simple. And I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care if you want to hear it. You have to improve your skill set such that you're making more money, and you have to lower your expenses such that you're spending less money. That's the only way that you're going to get out of this financial hardship. I believe that you'll be able to pay off your debt by age 30. Maybe a little later, but I think age 30 is reasonable if you decide to improve your skills and lower your expenses. But going on a damn trip in April trying to shake your tail is not what's going to do you any good in a situation like this. You just got done saying how in a few months you're going to end up having to pay $1,800 a month to get Sally Mae off your back, and in the same sentence you fixed your mouth to say that you about to go on a trip? There better be a rich man on that trip paying you to do something funny, honey. Because the way you talking, you acting like this debt is just going to disappear on its own. So these are some of the major issues that us in American society have. Not only do we have the capitalist system, the economy, these corporate conglomerates that really reign over us as a population, but we also have a mixture of people who are making terrible financial decisions, and then will sit there and blame other people when in reality they can do a whole lot more to progress themselves by themselves. So yes, the economy is terrible. Yes, the job market is horrific. Yes, there are many things that are happening that you cannot control in any regard. And we need to make sure that we are fighting for a more equitable society. However, what can you do in your personal life that will also impact positive change for you? And I think in finding that answer, you will be able to live a more stress-free life and not have to worry so much about money problems as a whole. But what do you guys think about this video? I just wanted to shed more light on debt. This is a conversation that we're going to continue to have because there's numerous people out here that apparently need help that would do well by listening to advice that is giving them a bird's eye view of the situation that they're in that they feel is impossible to get out of. But thank you for tuning into this video. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe if you would like to see more. And I will see you in the next one. It's about the degree you get, not you simply having one. It's about the skills that you acquire, not simply having a skill. Because all skills, all degrees are not made equally. And given that the job market, this capitalist society, corporate conglomerates are already working against you, why do you want to make it harder on yourself by getting a degree that won't make you any money? It doesn't make any sense. Now, I don't know what degree this lady has, but I can tell you right now, if you had 2 master's degrees in an area like electrical engineering, in an area like mechanical engineering, in an area like, I don't know, being a lawyer or something of some sort, I guarantee you that even though the job market right now is very difficult, is very bad, you would have a much better time trying to find a job compared to if you had a degree in, say, journalism or media management. There are so many people that go to school that end up in this trap, that end up in this facade of when you go, you're just supposed to go and do what you enjoy, do what you like. No, that's not how things work. You're going to end up being homeless and struggling and in poverty, and nobody wants that for you, okay? So all I can say is if you do go to university, make sure you go to university for a major that is going to make you some money, and if you don't go to university, make sure you get into a trade, make sure you gain a skill that is also going to make you some money, that is useful and valuable to the society, because if you do not, then you will certainly be left behind.
I am extremely stressed out. I don't come on here and cry and do all of that. But what the fuck? I work 5 to 6 days out of the week, and I only barely have enough money to pay my bills. Somebody's gonna get on here and say, oh, well, be lucky you have a job, bro. Working a job, going to a job, getting up every morning, every night, whatever time you go, and having to give your all or do your best at this fucking job just for them not to compensate you enough money for you to live your life and pay your bills, it's actually really fucking setting me. I feel like I'm missing out on living life because I have to pay my bills and go to work every fucking day. Such a tiring process. Now, I could see if I was lazy, I wasn't getting up and I wasn't getting it, but it's like, bruh, how fucking hard do I have to work in order to fucking survive, bro? How? Once I pay my rent and my phone bill, my light bill, that's it. And then the next paycheck, because mind you, bi-weekly you only get paid 2 times out of the month. So one paycheck goes directly towards bills. And then that other paycheck, I have to set bills, I have to set money aside for the next set of bills that are coming up. I can't get ahead. I can't. I know somebody's going to say, you've got it better than somebody else. Bro, that's not the fucking point. Just because I have it better than somebody else doesn't mean that I'm not fucking struggling over here. For real, for real. People try to come on here and try to perpetrate and make it seem like, oh yeah, I'm living this kind of life, I'm living that kind of life. Bitch, I'm a TikTok content creator, but I live a life just like y'all. And nobody better get on here and say you better get another job or do this or do that. Bitch, you think I haven't applied to these jobs? And when I apply to these jobs, they waste my fucking time. Do you think I have money and gas and energy to be wasting going back and forth to these job interviews who are not going to hire me and are going to tell me that they're going to call me in a week or going to call me back in a couple days and don't? Job market is a joke. I have no choice but to keep the job I have now. The one that's barely paying my fucking bills. It leaves me no money left over to live, to get my nails done. These are fucking press-ons. I can't do anything. I gotta do my own hair. I gotta do my own toes. I gotta do everything. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's like when you don't have a choice and you work every fucking day, it gets tiring. It gets to a fucking point, bro.
Sister, I'm not gonna lie to you. If you're going through financial hardship like that, the last thing you need to be focused on are some nails. But yeah, if we talking about how much it takes to go from job interview to job interview, that's a financial expense in and of itself. You gotta pay for gas money to go to this job. You gotta pay to commute if you don't have a car. You have to still subsidize your life, all the while looking for an income to replace your old one. And many of these jobs will sit there and play in your face. You'll sit here and interview with them for days and weeks even, only for them to not give you the common courtesy to at least let you know if they're rejecting you. So many of these jobs will simply leave you high and dry, give you no message on the back end, and go and hire somebody else without letting you know. And so now you're just left in limbo. But these are the same jobs that want to make sure you put in a 2-week notice. And the thing is, we could talk all day and night about getting another job such that you can make enough money to where you can live properly. But we're still human beings. We aren't placed on this planet just to work. I know I see a lot of these videos online that talk all about work ethic, talk all about discipline, talk about, chasing your dreams, and talk about just making money for yourself such that you can live sustainably for your family. All of that is a-okay. All of that is beautiful. In fact, much of that advice, I think many people can learn from. However, We are still people, and we deserve to have a life outside of work. In order to live, you should not need to pick up 2 or 3 jobs just to maintain yourself. And then we're not talking about the psychological strain it puts on the mind to have to go from one job to another job to another job. Where do you have room to spend with, in her case, your husband? Where do you have room to spend with your wife? Where do you have room to spend with your children? All of these things are completely put on the back burner if you're too worried about going to your next job. And don't even get me started with office politics. Don't get me started with, oh, let's say you don't like a manager at your job. Let's say you don't like a coworker at your job. And now, not only are you having to struggle mentally with the fact that you have multiple jobs, but with the fact that you're dealing with multiple terrible personalities while working at them. And this is why it's important that you invest in a skill set that is seen as valuable within the society, because then you won't be as susceptible to the whims of the society, to these layoffs within society. And even if you are a victim of many of these layoffs, then it'll be easier for you to get back into the workforce compared to somebody else.
I'm about to give you the play-by-play. If you're a young single man, no kids, no nothing, on how to be financially stable, you might not like it, but lock in. Listen, you need to have one stable job with a stable schedule. That needs to be your first priority. I don't care what it is either, bro. Let all that prideful shit go. I tell you all the time, I'm a janitor. My dad owns a company for my W-2 job. Me and my brother own a commercial cleaning and hoarder clean out and biohazardous waste removal company. But at the end of the day, I'm a janitor, okay? So whatever that job is for you, you need to be trying your hardest. Your first priority needs to be getting a big boy job. There's things you can do quickly in the grand scheme of things. When I say quickly, I mean a few months of certifications, is to where you can lock down your big boy job. A lot of people go for those CDLs. I'm not gonna say that's a terrible idea. It's just not the best, depending on who you are. Okay, but if you are single, with no kids, no wife, no none of that, that might be the best course of action for you. Number 2, there's always the military. Number 3, you can go get your phlebotomy license or whatever that shit is in like a week. You can do your insurance license shit quick. I'm talking about less than a month. Security, you could go get different security clearances and in a month and get you a job. What I'm trying to say is you need to find yourself a solid job, is to where your paychecks can be $1,500 or more every 2 weeks. That is a little bit of money, I'm not going to lie to you, but it works fine for what I'm trying to tell y'all. So you got your 9 to 5, your Monday through Friday, or whatever, your 5 days a week. Now you have one of 2 options. Find you a nice little side gig, or learn how to make a little money online. And I'm not talking about social media. I'm talking about reselling. I'm talking about offering a service. Start you up a little Fiverr shit. If you're into fitness, start selling your little meal plans, building that. Open up a little LLC. I know in Florida, less than $200. You pay that, got your little LLC, get you a business bank account. Go on any of these lead generation apps, start you a little junk removal shit.
Bro, when I tell you, y'all be thinking I'm playing. Y'all be thinking I'm playing. Oh shoot. It might be in here. I ain't gonna hold you. Let me see. It might be in here. Wait a second. 1 second, bro. 1 second. One second, man. Just 1 second. Let me sweep up this mess that Luna keep on trying to eat. I gotta find that paper that I had. Gotta find that paper though. But hey,
About reselling. I'm talking about offering a service. Start you up a little Fiverr shit. If you're into fitness, start selling your little meal plans, building that. Open up a little LLC. I know in Florida less than $200. You pay that, got your little LLC, get you a business bank account. Go on any of these lead generation apps, start you a little junk removal shit. Schedule your shit on the weekend.
alright. So and also, y'all also gotta get trade lines. Trade lines is where it's at. Cause like my business credit is good, excellent. My personal credit is messing up my business credits where I'm not able to get my stuff that I'm supposed to be getting. So when it's time to I can't wait until the settlement is cleared, cause man, we have to go up another level.
Rent a U-Haul. You do a job or two every weekend. You can get $500 a weekend doing that shit. What I'm trying to say is, especially if you're a young man, no kids, no wife, no real big responsibility other than yourself, you need to be working hard if you don't have a degree or some advanced certification. That is the only way. That is the only way you're gonna stack some bread. Okay? I think this week I'm gonna do something that's gonna help a lot of y'all that I've been saying I'm gonna do for a long time, and that's showing y'all step by step how to do this reselling thing. Because it is very easy, but I do understand there's a lot of steps. And I'm talking about eBay, some shit anybody can do. So just be on the lookout for that, because there are a lot of young men who are like, man, I'm trying to be financially stable. I'm trying to, I understand you're gonna have to marry the fact that it's gonna take a little doing. It's gonna take some work, my nigga. If you ain't got that bachelor's, that CDL, that whatever, that tech certificate, whatever, if you ain't put that time in, that trade school, welding, electrician, plumbing, all that, HVAC, if you ain't took the time to go through that shit, those longer processes, then you gonna have to work. And then you gonna have to employ your money. That's what you're going to have to do.
And listen, this is something that I want everyone watching this video to understand. There are only two ways to financial freedom: investing or starting your own business. Those are the only two ways to financial freedom, or a combination of both. And in order to invest, in order to start your own business, you need to have cash flow coming in such that you could afford to do so. And the only way to do that is to
employ your money. That's what you're going to have to do.
And listen, this is something that I want everyone watching this video to understand. There are only two ways to financial freedom: investing or starting your own business. Those are the only two ways to financial freedom, or a combination.
So look, I do both investing, and I started in LLC. I got 5 of them. So was never media is my YouTube. Was never media. Hold up. So was never media is the company I created for all the platforms. So YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, Facebook, they're all under was never media, meaning I get funded by Facebook, by viewers, by people watching me, the same way as I'm doing right now. Because I'm a different type of streamer. I don't pay attention to who's watching me. You know what I'm saying? I make it seem as if I'm streaming and nobody's watching me. Like that's what my mind is at. Like, cause if I keep on looking, if I keep looking at my phone to see who's watching me, then I'm gonna be worried. I'm gonna be focused on the number of people. But me, I just turn the camera on, and just talk about whatever.
Of both. And in order to invest, in order to start your own business, you need to have cash flow coming in such that you could afford to do so. And the only way to do that,
and with me, with me, being a medical courier, cash flow. Well, when I get back to working, which would be in June, which would be like 6 months from now. So from January to June, I'll be just thugging it out on my YouTube channel. And a lot of people will come on my channel talking about, you're always talking about money. But as long as I keep streaming, the money will come.
Is to leverage a high paying or at least a decent paying skill. Like he said, get a trade. Like he said, go to college, go to university, get yourself a skill that's going to make you some money, and then invest in some rental properties, invest in some storage spaces, invest in some ETFs, the VOO, the VGT, invest in the S&P 5. Start your own business. And when it comes to starting your own business, it doesn't need to be something extremely complex. It doesn't need to be something that is world defining and extremely out of body in terms of what it has accomplished and how it impacts people's lives. No. Pipe down, little man, pipe down. It can be something as simple as a trucking company. If you're a sister, you selling makeup, you selling candles. There are so many sisters online that have become millionaires by selling candles, by selling little sage, little tea bags. It is ridiculous. All you have to do is be consistent and diligent in doing that, and it will work out for you. But it all starts with having that cash flow in the first place such that you can make those investments.
The harsh reality of living in America is that if you don't play America's game properly, you will be left behind, and you will find that it's very hard to get ahead. The people who get the most out of this economy, who experience the great and the upside of this economy, are people who invest in income producing assets or appreciating assets. So that's home ownership, that is rental properties, that is starting businesses or buying into businesses or in income producing assets. The people who get the most out of this economy, who experience the great and the upside of this economy, are people who invest in income producing assets or appreciating assets. So that's home ownership, that is rental properties, that is starting businesses or.
See, look, I'm on the other, because when I tell people I'm on the other side, I'm not on the employee side. I'm where the grass is greener. I'm on the side where owning a business is assets. Like I don't have liabilities for real. Like the liabilities that I did have, I used it as an asset, meaning it's a tax write-off. It's a tax write-off. So that vehicle I lost in an accident, hmm, hmm, shoot.
Buying into businesses or investing in the stock market. If you are someone like how I was back in the day, I go to work, I get my paycheck, I clock in, clock out, I enjoy my days off, I accept my little 1 to 3% raise. I never really try to get a promotion. Like if something comes across my desk, like of course I'm going to take it, but like I'm not really rubbing elbows and really trying to figure out what's next for me in life. If I'm just coasting through life, you will likely never experience the upside that this country has for you. And it's sad too because a lot of people simply don't know this. They just don't know. This economy has been god awful to people who do not have money since COVID. Since 2020 pandemic time, it's been awful.
Like during 2020, when COVID came out, y'all might have been sitting in the house with y'all mask on. Not me. Not me. In 2020, I was doing DoorDash. I did DoorDash in 2020 for the whole year. I made so much money in 2020 doing DoorDash. I went to H&R Block, and the woman looked at me and said, "This is the most money I've ever seen a DoorDasher make." And I'm like, "What? What do you mean?" Because she saw a big number. Because normally, like, there's DoorDashers who don't really make the money I was making on DoorDash. You would have thought you would have thought something was going on. You would have thought I was Pablo Escobar with the type of with the type of money I was making with DoorDash. Like, I'm, I'm on DoorDash, Uber Eats, not Uber Eats. I have what's it called? What is it? Okay, it's called I got Spark Driver. When I get back in that mode, it's over. It's up. It's up because with me having a medical courier company, like, I don't really speak about what my actual salary is because at this time I'm not able to work. So I gotta wait until I get cleared.
On the same token, there's been a lot of people who have made a lot of money. And majority of the people who have made a lot of money came from people who had home ownership. Me personally, the house that I'm in right now, I purchased for 180. It's worth 350 to 365 today. Rental properties. I purchased a rental property in 2021. When I bought it in 2021, it was $275,000. I just checked Zillow. It has a range between 415 and 430 now. That's 100.
Let me tell you something. Like, I'm getting into real estate. I already own in real estate already. So so I get a payout. I get a payout every week on a rental property that I have. So because when we get our family home, then get get a rental property, make money off of, like,
$50,000 of equity in my rental property, right? The stock market. Those are the people who are seeing the upside of this country. If you are not someone who has assets that appreciate, you likely have had a very hard time because in that same 5-year span, rents have gotten out of control. Your rent that used to be $1,200 is now $1,675, $1,800, and your job only has given you a 1 to 3% raise over the past 4 years. Meanwhile, rent has gone up 15% a year. You're priced out. You were already struggling to make your $12.50 rent. You can't do $16.75. You can't do $17.50. You just can't. And now you're moving into unsafe areas because that's all that you can afford. And it's unfair, but at the same time, you have to play the game. If you don't play these people's game, you will be left behind. So my message to you is figure out all you can to pay off your debt, get out of debt, make some extra money, and get some of your money into these income producing and appreciating assets. That's the only way you're going to get ahead.
Is this not what I've been saying the whole video? Is this not what I've been saying the whole video? The only way to get ahead in American society and in any capitalist society is, number one, to not grow content. Do not settle. Do not think that you are okay where you are, because you're not.
Bro, look, if you want to make it in this world, you gotta play the game that America plays. The same way the same way the people that are higher up are playing, that's how I'm playing. With me having an LLC and having a business bank account, meaning with my business, because look, see, I can show these cards because like my number doesn't show. My number doesn't show, so I'm good. I'm good, but I ain't gonna show them your thought. So on my bank card, so on the blue one, that's on my blue card. That's my business bank account, which has which for this channel for all my platforms, I have a business bank account for it. I have so all my money that I make goes to it. Then I have a personal card with just my name on it. So when every time I swipe my card, it'll say my business name paid, not my name paid. You get me, you feel me. Man.
COVID should have showed you that. In addition to making sure that you're investing, making sure that you're gaining assets in your portfolio instead of liabilities. Doing these kinds of things will set you up for the future. Now, I know I've talked about how home ownership can be bad. I know I've talked about how home ownership can ruin you. But note, I am not simply stating home ownership is bad. I am actually stating that getting a home that you cannot afford is bad. And so a lot of people get that confused. Home ownership in and of itself is a beautiful thing. It's something that you can use to leverage gaining wealth for you and your family. But when you have people going around getting $500,000 homes that they cannot afford and then getting foreclosed on, being house poor, it is completely senseless to get a home compared to renting. And I know that this brother talked about how rents have increased. They absolutely have. But if you think renting is expensive, try getting a home that you plan on moving out of before you can gain equity within the home, having to pay for maintenance, having to pay for property taxes, having to pay for home insurance, and having to pay for the litany of other things that you have to look out for whenever you have ownership of a property compared to renting out somebody else's. But this is the game plan. Number one, get a skill that is valuable to the society such that you have enough income to maintain yourself and invest. Number two, invest the money with that skill such that you build wealth for yourself and your family. Number three, use that money that those assets then generate to reinvest into more assets, restarting the cycle until you are finally financially free. This is essentially what this brother broke down. And now he is in a position where he can sell off these properties and invest more heavily into, say, the stock market, which is an area which doesn't have nearly as much maintenance as far as the rental property, looking after tenants and whatnot. If you invest $100,000 into, say, the S&P 500, which typically has about a 10% return every single year, that's $10,000 that you're making annually without doing anything at all. Woo-hoo. But what do you all think? I just wanted to have a conversation about how terrible the job market is, but also about the things that you can do to improve yourself such that you don't fall victim to it. Or at the very least, it's much easier to pick yourself up if you do. But thank you for tuning into this video. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe if you would like to see more. And I will see you in the next one.
What I don't think enough people realize when they're thinking about purchasing a home is that the payment the monthly mortgage matters. Like your principal, interest, taxes and insurance, that mortgage matters, your PITI. But what's gonna really smoke your boots is the maintenance, the upkeep, and the sheer thought to want to upgrade your house.
Okay, so a lot of people are house poor. Let's do the math and let's talk about it.
If I have one piece of advice for first-time primary home buyers, it's this. Do not overextend yourself. People overextend themselves because they listen to the bank and they listen to the realtor too.
Cause look, I'm gonna tell you something. We gonna get a three bedroom, 2 bath. The most work that will be for the house will be based on how many children my wife and I have. Cause we plan to have 4 kids. So we'll end up from we're gonna start off with a 3 bedroom, 2 bath. All you need to add is 2 more bedrooms and 2 more baths. So it will be a 5 bed, 4 bath. You know what I'm saying? Simple.
People who want them to spend as much money as they possibly can on a home.
What I don't think enough people realize when they're thinking about purchasing a home is that the payment the monthly mortgage matters. Like your principal, interest, taxes and insurance, that mortgage matters, your PITI. But what's gonna really smoke your boots is the maintenance, the upkeep, and the sheer thought to want to upgrade your house. It's gonna be stuff you want to do in a house because it is yours. That is just expensive. I don't care if you buy a cheap house. I bought the house I'm currently in for $180,000. That is a cheap house to most people in America. But when it comes to putting stuff in this house that I want, upgrading things, getting things fixed, the prices of those things are 2026 prices. We ain't even in 2026 yet. It's still 2025, and the prices are 2026 prices. 10 months after moving into this house, we found out that we had clay pipes from 1954, and they just happened to get tree roots in them that are unrepairable 10, 11 months after we bought this house. I bought a cheap house. My mortgage at that time was $1,375 a month. Cheap house. It cost $5,000 to get a new green pipe plumbing system, plastic plumbing system put in. $5,000. When I moved in this house, I had a 2-year-old. We live on a main road. My 2-year-old, even though we had a backyard, my 2-year-old, he want to play in the front yard. Bro, I got all this backyard for you. No, Daddy, I want to play in the front yard where all the cars are. So I said, man, I gotta put up a fence. I gotta zone this little boy off. He can't be just running all over the place. Fence quotes $14,000 to $17,000 for a vinyl fence. The house was a cheap house. Fences, 2026 prices. Plumbing, 2026 prices. We needed a new driveway. Our driveway was tore up and it was too small. We live on the main road. It takes us 5 minutes to back out into the street sometimes. I said, man, I got to be able to turn around. Driveway, $5,400. Scrape up the old one, put a new one. 2026 prices. My furnace just stopped working a week and a half ago. Guy comes out, looks at it, check it up. Oh, you need this thing fixed. Oh, it looked like it ain't been serviced about 4, 5 years. Last time you got your furnace. I ain't gonna lie to you, big dog. It's been about 3, 4, 5 years. I ain't get it serviced. $850. $850 for a part that probably was $100. Maybe $75 for the part. It's the labor. He was here for 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Did the maintenance, put the part in. $850. I bought a cheap. I want y'all to understand. I bought a cheap house.
Bro, when I tell you, when I get a car, when I get my new car, I got a mechanic already. You think I'm gonna be paying an arm and a leg? But I can just pay you to just put the part in? That's crazy.
$180,000 house. We didn't even get to the stuff that we want to do in the house. We didn't even have a dining room table for the first 2 years we lived here. And then when we bought one, we bought a little $400 one off of Etsy. And then around year 4 or 5, we said, this little $400 joint, all right, it done had its time. It done had its time. It's time to upgrade. We bought a $2,200 all wood, natural wood dining table. $2,200 for a table? We just got a new coffee table maybe a year and a half ago. $600 for a marble top coffee table. Before that, we had a little $80 joint from Wayfair. It was marble top, but it was the stick-on paper marble top. It was MDF, MDF wood, the compressed wood with the little sticker marble joint. Now we got real marble on the table. It's not the payment. It's the maintenance, the upkeep, and the stuff that you're going to want to do to the house. Factor in all of it.
I sympathize with you, brother. I sympathize with you. But this is exactly what I've talked about in previous videos. It's not just the mortgage that you have to be concerned with when it comes to purchasing a home. It is the maintenance. It's the upkeep. That brother said that he was paying only $1,375 for the mortgage. It's the hundreds and thousands of dollars of the maintenance, the upkeep, all of the furniture that you want to buy. You making your wife happy. You making your child happy. He don't want to play in the backyard. Brother want to play in the front. Come on now. That's an extra few $1,000 bills, y'all. And so you should look into these things because these are the kinds of things that could make you house poor. It's not just getting the house. It's the cost that it takes to maintain it. Now, luckily, it sounds like the brother and his wife went around purchasing the home the right way. He decided to opt for a cheaper home. That means he has more room to splurge financially on these little things that need to be completed around the house. But just imagine if he did what most Americans do. Imagine if he went and purchased a home based upon the limit that his lender was able to give him. So instead of getting a house that's worth $135, let's say the lender gave him a limit of $300. So he goes out and get a $300,000 house. Let's say his mortgage is $2,500 a month, and now he has to contend with that large mortgage payment along with the upkeep of the house, getting that coffee table, getting that dining room table, getting that front fence. Those thousands of dollars that you're spending on getting all of these things done will make your wallet grow legs and walk right out your pockets. You hear me? So make sure you do your due diligence in terms of purchasing a home, because if you don't, you could end up house poor. Let's continue with the video.
Is being house poor worth it? Is owning a house but not being able to do anything, not being able to afford to go out and experience more life and like make memories worth it? I see so many people on this app that are like, oh, well, I enjoy my mortgage and stuff like that. But do you? Like, you get one life. That's it. We all know that, okay? And to be stuck at home for maybe even, just say, the next 10 years, doing really nothing, watching Netflix and rotting away, is it really worth it? Because you felt the need, because society tells you that, like, if you don't own a house at some point, you're failing in life. You felt the need to follow those footsteps, and now you're stuck at home. I just feel like that's not worth it anymore. Yes, back in the day, you could own a house, you could go on trips, you could have this whole family thing, all this. But y'all that are trying to flex on others, saying, oh, well, I own a house. You don't. Yeah, but at least they have the money to rent and leave the house and go and do things. I'm not saying you have to go party every weekend or anything like that, but at least they can go out and see their family, fly somewhere, take vacations. Like, give me your opinions in the comments, please.
Now, let me get this straight. I am not against purchasing a home. But what I do deem as unacceptable is getting a home that is so expensive that it causes you to be in financial ruin for a very long time. I think another consideration that is to be made before you make a purchase is to think about your lifestyle. Are you the type of person that likes to travel a lot? Are you the type of person that likes to go out frequently, that likes to visit different locations? Are you on the younger side and therefore you're more open to moving around for work and working in different states and cities? If any of this is the case, then purchasing a home at this time may not be the right decision for you. I think where a lot of people go wrong is they allow social media and their friends and their family and societal influence as a whole to have such a great impact on their decision making that they put themselves in a financially vulnerable position that puts a very great strain on their psyche and in their wallet. So it is less about being against home buying and more about being against house poor and more of being about the best financial decisions for you and your loved ones. Let's keep going with the video.
Mortgage payment.
$32.50.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's. Oh.
Everything.
Oh, this is the definition of house poor. Maybe you don't have the money. Oh. You said 34?
$32.50.
$32.50 for. Oh, it's 60%. That's not a joke, man. That's literal dangerous. Yeah. That is scary. And you don't need to be doing that in Dallas. That kind of percentage.
6 1/4.
Huh?
My interest rate 6 1/4.
Okay.
It was better than what was out there.
It's okay. 60% of your income. Yeah. I don't give a shit what the interest rate is. 60% of your income, 60% of your income, regardless of what the interest rate is. It could be 20, it could be 0. Actually, 20 would be horrible. But either way, it's 60% of your income.
Yeah.
Man, that is dangerous. I was kind of joking at the beginning when I say, well, what are you going to do when you come to your wife and say, I can't afford the house anymore, we have to move? Now it becomes real.
And that gentleman showed exactly what it means to be house poor, where the amount that it takes to take care of your home takes up such a significant portion of your income that you can't afford anything else. $32.50 a month for a mortgage, and he said that that is 60% of his income. That's not taking into account the upkeep of the home. If you want to purchase some items for the home, like the previous video said, that's not taking into account any of these things. And when you put those things into perspective,
because look, the house that we live in, we rent this space. We don't own it. So we got a maintenance man when we rent it. I take care of the grass. I got a lawnmower and I got a snow blower. So when when the grass gets big, I got a lawnmower to cut the grass, and I got a snow blower whenever the snow like piles up, it like blows the snow away.
what you'll find is the overwhelming majority of his income is being taken up by that house. And the solution to this is simply to downsize. You cannot get away with paying that much for a mortgage and think that you are going to be sustainable for the future. My solution to him would be not only to downsize, but to get an apartment that is far cheaper that would allow him to save and invest his income. Because the only way that you're going to beat house poverty is by allocating your funds properly and making sure that when you do get a house, it is something that you could afford, maintenance included.
Okay, so a lot of people are house poor. Let's do the math and let's talk about it. Everybody want to flex. I got to prove for this much. I got $500,000 home. I got the keys. Okay, that's cool. And let's run the numbers. Your pre-approval was $500,000. That is not a recommendation, baby. That is a limit. That is the absolute limit that the bank is willing to risk on you. And baby, if your realtor pushed you to spend the whole $500,000, you did not just buy a home, baby. You bought stress. Because let's be real, that's $3,500 plus monthly payment. Like, that shit is a lot. $3,500 is not no easy money to come across. I don't care what nobody say. Add your car note, add your insurance, add daycare, add gas, add groceries, add utilities, and whatever else bill you can think of. Man, shit, add life. Suddenly, you're not living in your dream house. You're drowning in it. And that is the exact example of what house poor is. The house look good on the outside, but inside it, you're crying in it. Because every dollar you have is tied up in keeping the lights on. It's tied up in your house. You can't do shit else but live inside your home. And too many people fall into that trap because no.
I don't ride Tark. I don't ride Tark. I don't do that. I don't have nothing against it. I've never rode Tark.
Nobody told them how to build wealth. Nobody told them, like, slow your roll, take a chill pill, let's revamp and think about this. Just because you can buy up to $500K doesn't mean you should. But I'm going to tell you, because I'm not here to max out my commission on your expense. I'm here to make sure that you actually buy smart. Sometimes a smarter move is a $350K home instead of a $500K home. Sometimes it's holding back $100K so that you can actually have breathing room, so you can invest and so you can live. A lot of realtors not going to say this because they don't care if you house poor. As long as they not broke, they good. But me, I actually care because I wouldn't let nobody get over my mother. I wouldn't let nobody get over my father, my grandmother, my brother. I'm not letting nobody get on nobody that's close to me. At the end of the day, like, it's just not going to happen. Because if you win long term, I win too. I want my clients to call me a year later telling me I'm good, I feel great, everything's good, I'm maintaining shit straight. I don't want nobody calling me, venting to me, telling me I can't breathe, I'm stuck, I'm in this mortgage, I don't know what to do, what should I do? I don't want that for my clients. So yeah, let's do the math, let's be smart about it. Owning a home is not just about being approved. It's about building wealth and living in peace and not in stress. DM me smart if you're ready to make a move and not live in stress. Because I don't just sell houses, I actually help you keep your lifestyle intact.
And I am elated that that sister is doing her job in good faith. But that is another thing that nobody talks about. The realtor game. Those realtors make money off of the commission from a sale. And so you have to understand that when they are operating with you, they are not operating for your best interest. They're operating in their own financial interest so that they could take home a big paycheck. And so people need to start viewing mortgages as exactly what they are. Debt. You do not own that home. The bank owns that home. You do not officially have ownership of that property until it is completely paid off. So why are you putting yourself in a predicament where you're going to be having to pay back interest so great that you're going to pay off the home 2 or 3 times over before you claim complete ownership of it? And if it is all just a flex, which is crazy in and of itself, then what are you sacrificing to do so? Are you sacrificing your financial freedom? Are you sacrificing your children's future? Are you sacrificing investing, opportunity costs, all of the money that you could be putting away for the college that your children decides to attend? Think about these things whenever you're making these financial decisions, because your financial future is, quite frankly, your future. And if you are not operating within that understanding, then you could screw yourself over faster than a jackrabbit can get busy. You hear me?
If I have one piece of advice for first-time primary home buyers, it's this. Do not overextend yourself. And what I mean by do not overextend yourself, listen up very carefully, because the bank will tell you otherwise. Your realtor will tell you otherwise. They will say Mr. Mrs. Primary home buyer, it's your first time buying a home. Here's what the bank will lend to you. The bank says you qualify for $1 million due to the quality of your W-2 income and your rate of low debt. For that reason, I will approve you for $1 million to buy a home. And the realtor will say, absolutely, let's look at $1 million homes. And before you know it, you've put an offer out on a $900,000, $1 million home, and lo and behold, you're house poor. House poor means that all of your money is now basically tied up into the place that you poop in and rest at.
Look, so if my wife and I, if we had $1 million limit to get a house, we're getting a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house. We're going to add on to that house. So we just purchase the 3-bedroom, 2-bath house and save the rest, and then just add on to the house as our family gets bigger. You know what I'm saying?
Night. Like that now becomes your biggest financial liability because you can't stop servicing the debt on they kind of got you, right? Like when you buy a primary home, they got you by the cojones because you're legally screwed if you dare stop paying for the bills because of the thing called foreclosure, and it kills your credit score. And this happens every single year. Every single year, people get foreclosed upon. Every single day, people get foreclosed upon. And it's because they cannot and or do not want to continue servicing the debt that they're willing to wreck their credit score for 7 years. And it could be divorces. It could be losing jobs. It could be anything. Your house of cards will literally tumble. So I always try to advise people. I'm not telling people not to buy homes. I'm telling people, really, do not overextend yourself. Even if the powers that be, if everyone is encouraging you to do so, including the media and the so-called live your best life splurge, get the best house you can. No, don't. Because sometimes you might get divorced. Sometimes you might lose a job. Sometimes you might not be able to afford the upkeep on $1 million house. God forbid the siding goes badly. God forbid there's a mold problem and now you got to mitigate. God forbid there's a leak somewhere. God forbid there's some renovations that need to be done. God forbid there's a broken HVAC system that now you're liable to pay for. People overextend themselves because they listen to the bank and they listen to the realtor, two people who want them to spend as much money as they possibly can on a home. And with that kind of leadership telling you what to do, you can only screw yourself into a position where you're highly leveraged on your consumer good of your primary home.
Now, let me pose you a
Let me tell you something. You will never see this man in $1 million home. Nah. I might have $1 million worth in property, but I would never be living in $1 million home. Nah.
say you and your wife are doing mighty well for yourselves. You say, I am making a good amount of money. You are making good well for yourselves. You say, I am making a good amount of money. You are making a good amount of money. We can afford to get $1 million home. So we go to the lender, get this $1 million loan. The realtor A-OKs it, and you go out searching. Now that you found your $1 million home, you've gone through the purchasing process, and you've lived in it for a little while. The mortgage payments are a bit too much, but you're still able to just barely make it every single month. And then all of a sudden, your wife gets sick. She becomes so terribly ill that she can no longer work. And now the financial burden of taking care of that home is 100% on you. After months of not making the payments, trying to make the payments, pleading, trying to work something out, trying to make things shake, trying to make things move, you end up getting foreclosed on. These kinds of capricious life circumstances happen all of the time. And one situation like this can tip you over the edge, making that house completely unaffordable and putting you in a financial position that takes you years to trot out of. And this is why it is so important to make sure that you are making the best purchase decision, not to look good on Instagram, not to brag about to your friends and family, but rather for yourself and for your wallet. Because if you don't, you could be setting yourself up to be in a disgraceful condition for a very, very long time. But guys, tell me what you think about the video. I just wanted to shed more light on being house poor and the difficulties of the average American in terms of purchasing a home. Something that's supposed to build wealth for your family, something that ideally would be passed down generations, is now becoming a debt trap for many Americans, especially for those that don't understand the home buying process. But thank you for tuning into this video. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe if you would like to see more, and I will see you in the next one.
I'm going to say it. It might be a little controversial, but I'm going to say it. I don't think buying a house is all it's cracked up to be.
I am a huge believer in the concept of buy it nice or buy it twice, and I made a video talking about the expensive purchases I made that are actually worth the money. So let's talk about some expensive purchases I made that I do not think are worth the money.
Bags I regret purchasing, and why?
Luxury products that were not worth my money. These are some of the luxury products that I so regret spending my money on, and I really wish I hadn't.
I wasted $10,000 in designer items, and I have to tell you guys about it and complain.
I bought the 17 Pro Max a couple weeks ago, and I'm gonna tell you why I'm returning it today. I am a huge believer in the concept of buy it nice or buy it twice, and I made a video talking about the expensive purchases I made that are actually worth the money. So let's talk about some expensive purchases I made that I do not think are worth the money. I have a feeling that some people might not agree with some of my takes, which is fine. That's just like the nature of the internet. People have different opinions than you and are welcome to share them, but these are just my experiences of things that I purchased that I wish I didn't spend my money on. And this one might be the most controversial because I feel like this is a very beloved brand. But in my opinion, I do not think a lot of Cezanne sweaters are worth their price. A lot of them are only like 60 to 65% natural fibers. And I had that really popular like cardigan that was chunky, and I literally never wore it because it was so itchy and uncomfortable. And I ended up selling it, and I just felt like the feel of it felt so bad. It was like plasticky and spiky. I hated it. And it was like $170. A lot of their sweaters are well over like $100. And you could honestly just buy a 100% cashmere sweater from like J. Crew for the same price. The one sweater that I like by them is this one, and I feel like it's pretty soft, but even this one, I feel like I have other sweaters that I love the feel of so much more, and they were the same price, and they just have much better fabric makeups. And this concept of making sure that you're buying things with high quality fibers applies to any clothing that you're purchasing. And another purchase I made that I really regret because the content of the fiber makeup is so bad is this sweatshirt from American Vintage. I saw Wishbone Kitchen wearing this, and I was like, that is so cute. I love the fit of it. It pilled so badly after one wear. Like, I'm not sure if you can see how badly it's pilling, but I've worn this sweatshirt like maybe 3 times, and the pilling is crazy. And then I looked at the care label after I bought it, and I had worn it a couple times and saw how badly it was pilling, and it's like basically no natural fibers. I think it's like 100% synthetic fibers, and the sweatshirt was like $120. I am not proud of that purchase, but that's insane to charge that much money for something that doesn't even have like a little bit of cotton in it. Another one that you really need to be wary of, I actually don't own any of these things anymore because I've just stopped buying them, but jewelry that has a crazy markup but is gold plated. That's just like so ridiculous to me. There are so many brands that sell gold plated jewelry for so much less expensive if you don't want to invest in solid gold, but places like that make the charm necklace, they're charging like $200 for gold plated jewelry. That's crazy. This necklace from Kozak is gold plated and it was like $40, and the same one on their website is like over $100. So if you're gonna buy jewelry that's not solid gold, one, you should be getting gold filled because that's a much higher quality material.
And 2, you should be buying from a place that doesn't have an insane markup on their gold-filled jewelry. An electronics purchase that we've made in the last year that I actually really regret is our TV. We had been using like my mom's hand-me-down TV for probably 7 years, and it was still working great, except the screen was getting so dark that we literally couldn't watch TV during the day. And so we decided, okay, it's finally time for a new TV. We need to be able to watch TV during the day, especially when I was on maternity leave. And so we got a Hisense smart TV, and the user interface on this TV is so bad. It's so laggy, it's so slow, it's so hard to use their search function. Like, I will type in a movie I want to watch and it won't even search it for me, or it'll bring it up to all the places that I can watch it, but then I click on it and it won't take me to any of them. It's so frustrating. My husband did a lot of research, but he didn't research into like the user interface of the TV. He was mostly looking at like the picture quality, and I really wish that we thought about that, because I don't think I would remake this purchase. I really don't like this TV, but we're gonna deal with it because we spent money on it. And last might be another kind of hot take, but I don't think the Up a Baby Vista is worth it. This was a stroller that was super popular when we had our first baby, and I basically did no research on it because I was like, I want the one that everybody else has, which is frustrating. My husband did a lot of research, but he didn't research into like the user interface of the TV. He was mostly looking at like the picture quality, and I really wish that we thought about that, because I don't think I would remake this purchase. I really don't like this TV, but we're gonna deal with it because we spent money on it. And last might be another kind of hot take, but I don't think the Up a Baby Vista is worth it. This was a stroller that was super popular when we had our first baby, and I basically did no research on it because I was like, I want the one that first baby, and I basically did no research on it because I was like, I want, but I don't think the Up a Baby Vista is worth it. This was a stroller that was super popular when we had our first baby, and I basically did no research on it because I was like, I want the one that everybody else has, which is so silly. I would not do that now, especially as a second-time mom. I would have done a lot more research. But this stroller is so heavy and clunky. I find it super confusing, and trying to remember like how it collapses and folds up is very annoying. There's so many different buttons on both the base of the stroller and all the seats that lock into it. The one thing I like about it is that we can just put our car seat onto it, and that's been really helpful in the newborn stage, but I'm sure there's so many better options that do that exact same thing. Getting it in and out of our trunk is such a hassle. Like, I can barely do it by myself. It is so heavy, and I feel like the frame of it has gotten so messed up over the past 3 years that we've had it. I would expect it to be a lot higher quality for being over $1,000 for the travel system. It like looks so beat up now, and I feel like I'm not even going to be able to like sell it for anything when we're done with it because it doesn't even look nice anymore. The base of it and the fabric on all of it, I feel like has gotten so messed up because the materials are just not super high quality, even though we've taken really good care of it, and I'm pretty careful with it not to like bang it on anything or spill things on it. It still looks very worn, and we've only had it for 3.5 years.
And so people are regretting the purchase decisions that they're making because the products that they're buying are overpriced given the lower quality that they have and the little research that they do on the products before they buy them. As the lady said, she was getting many of these different sweaters that don't even have 100% cotton or any cotton at all inside of them. Very, very low quality, crazy fabric. Don't even know what the makeup of the fabric is. Got all these different little words, only for the fabric to peel off after you done worn it just after a few wears. And so it's disgusting that companies will charge you hundreds of dollars for such a low quality item. Someone says, brands committing highway robbery for gold-plated jewelry and polyester are one of my biggest rants, LOL. Another person says, I can't imagine spending over $100 on a sweater for this exact reason, because you never know if it's going to last. I bought a sweater once for $12 off the clearance rack at Kohl's, and I've worn it every winter for like 7 years, and it's barely peeled at all. And that's the point that I'm trying to get across. It's all about research. It's all about making sure you do your due diligence as far as whether or not this is an item that you will continue to wear, and if it is a quality item that will last the test of time. I was a person that used to buy items that looked well by themselves in the store, only to find out that when I got home, I had no clothes in my wardrobe to wear these items with. I see a green sweater in a store, I see some orange shoes or something like that. I don't know, just something that looks nice by itself. I buy it, come home, And I'm sitting in the mirror looking like the Grinch or looking like a damn clown or a fool because I went and bought an item that doesn't go well with anything in my wardrobe. And this is the problem. You have to do your research and you have to take into account what you already have and whether it jives with what you have or not. But let's continue with the video.
I'm going to say it. It might be a little controversial, but I'm going to say it. I don't think buying a house is all it's cracked up to be. I don't. I said it. There's so much pressure to settle down to buy a house, especially when you have children. And I just want to say it's not that easy for everybody. I think it's easier to settle down and find and like stay put when you have family or like you're super close with your family, like you have a hometown. Does that make sense? I'm so thankful for our house and so thankful that our kids have so much land to just run free. However, we know we won't be here forever. So, I know, I thought this was gonna be forever. We thought so too. But we live in an area where the schools are horrible. Bad. I will never send my kids to school here. So if I ever want to put our kids in school, we have to move somewhere else where the schools are better. Living in the woods is great, but it is hard being a mother, and I will say I miss the community. I miss walking around. I miss the community pool, the community park. So in 5 years or whatever, I hope that we can find something that makes Tyler and I both happy. And I'm not really sure I want to buy another house for a very long time. So I'd rather rent. And I know people say owning a house is cheaper. Not right now. Rent would be way cheaper than a mortgage, at least for us. We also can't just call up a landlord and be like, hey, this is going wrong, please fix it. No, we have to call a company and be like, hey, this is going wrong, and then we have to pay them money, lots of money. So that's just my 2 cents on buying a house. And I don't like feeling stuck, and buying a house makes me feel stuck. So don't ever feel bad for renting and just being in a rental, because honestly, I miss it.
And we could have this conversation for a lifetime. People have far more money to spend on renting where they don't have to worry about the responsibility of things breaking. They don't have to worry about home insurance, and they can pack up and leave whenever they want, compared to getting a house where all of these responsibilities are placed on you. And as she said, if you have children, you have to make sure your home is in an area that is conducive for school. And if it's not, well, you're out of luck. But this is just another example of one of the purchases that somebody can regret buying without doing proper research. Now, it's much bigger than many of the other purchases that are in this video, but it is still a purchase nonetheless. As the lady said, she's about to get up, she's about to leave because she wanted a sense of community. She felt that in the current state of the American economy, it would be much cheaper to rent. And so all of these things is exactly why making sure you do your research is so important, because if you do not, you'll end up in a situation like this. Sarah says, I love renting. My landlord just had to pay $15,000 for an all new AC system and rewiring, and I'm just thankful it wasn't me who had to pay for it. LOL. That's exactly what I was saying earlier. Destiny says, my problem with being a homeowner is that every little problem is our responsibility. I hate it. I don't want to have to fix insulation problems, plumbing issues. Give me back the landlords. And so this is only proving that point even further. Of course, if you have the money to purchase a home, go ahead and do it. It can be an asset and it will appreciate over time, generally speaking. But for most Americans, it is not the best move, and it fits into the concept of this video, because if you had done your research about all of the expenses that could be associated with the house, making that home purchase might not have been a move that you would have made, and therefore might not be a regret that you may have.
Bags I regret purchasing, and why? First up, I'm pretty sure you guys can guess why I regret getting this bag. This is the Chanel Classic size jumbo in white. White is just next to impossible to keep clean. The only way to keep a white bag clean is to not wear it. And bags are meant to be worn. Love her. I still love her to this day, but I got her in 2020 and I've worn her twice. It's just collecting dust in my closet. That's like, you need a white bag, but it's so hard to keep clean that I probably I wouldn't tell you not to buy a white bag, but don't buy one so big. Like a jumbo white is just scary. Like you're just not gonna wanna wear it. So I would get like the smallest size, like the mini Chanel. Next we have the Christian Dior, I forget the name of this. I love the bag. When I seen it, I had to have it. I saw it online and then I went in the store and I fell in love even more. And to this day, I still love it. Like all of these bags I love. The first thing is the size, but that's not the worst thing about it. But the size is a factor. Obviously, it's a vacation bag. This is a summery seasonal bag, but I feel like when I'm on vacation, I do favor my bigger bags because I have like things like my sunscreen and just when I'm on the go on vacation, I carry more things with me than day to day. So I favor bigger bags. This does have a lot of room, but like I said, just not for vacation. It does come with a strap that you can wear crossbody. So I really do love that. But the main reason why I regret purchasing this a little bit is because of the price. This bag was, I think, $5,500. Leather straps.
$5,500.
And leather. Is this leather?
$5,500. Man, I don't, bro. That's a stress reliever, bro. That's stress. 5,500. No, that's not the move. That's not the move. No, that's not the move. $5,500.
Leather, this little tip part. So about 10%, if that, of this bag is leather. The rest of it is like wicker and canvas. So 6,000, almost $6,000 for a bag that's like 8% leather is a little crazy. And I know with all designer bags, essentially you're paying for the name because I would at least rather pay almost $6,000 for a full leather bag. I don't know. I had to put her in my list. I'm so sorry. Candy Jody. I did really love her when I got her, but then I ended up getting her as a gift shortly after, and I am a little biased to Chanel, but come on, even if you put these side by side, I think everyone would pick the Chanel over this. I'm still gonna keep her because I don't just want one option for a mini bag, but yeah, I've never worn her. I got her, and before I even wore her, I got this one, so then I was like, this is kind of pointless now. Mini bags do have a purpose. Going to a concert, a sporting event, anything like that, a lot of those venues and arenas, you have to have a really small bag or a clear bag. And I'm just not really a clear bag girly, so I always will grab this bag. But I can start switching it out, I guess, for this. But I had to put her in here because classy outfits look cuter with like really small bags, because I think you want to like focus on the outfit and not the bag. You want like a really cute, like classy, dressy outfit. And then casual, I like bigger bags. I don't know if anyone else agrees. You guys can tell what this bag is. Well, maybe if I lift it up like this. This is a Chanel furry bag. I actually really want this bag really bad. Like I asked for this bag. I do have a lot of classic bags, so I am at the point where I can get novelty bags, but this one is just like super
That's
novelty. I wore her.
crazy. So let me tell you something. So I am I am about to go over to my Twitch. I'm about to go over to my Twitch. That's what I'm about to do. You feel me? What's good with you, Anthony? What's good with you? I'm about to head on over. What's good, Anthony? What's good with you? I'm saying, what's up? Where you coming from, Anthony? Bro, I'm black. I'm not. I appreciate the sub. 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 Oh, what's good, everybody? I'm trying to get this together. Hold up. Wait. What you say? What you say? You said, Uncle, what did you ask? Bro, Santa's not real. Jamie, Santa's not real. Santa is all made up. I'm not giving. Bro, no. Burberry, you do not need a new BMW. You already got a good car. I don't. Bro, Santa ain't real. You are your Santa, Burberry. You are your Santa. What type of BMW you want? What type of BMW you want? What you what says who? Burberry. You know Santa ain't real. You know Santa ain't real. No. Burberry, we're not gonna do this. We're not gonna do this. God is real. Santa isn't real. So okay, so I'm in a house that doesn't have a chimney. So Santa gonna come by here and give me things that he didn't pay for. So when Santa comes here, there's gonna be a magical chimney come out of nowhere. There's gonna be a magical chimney come out of no Burberry. That's funny. And X7, you you want the top of the line. His secret. goodness, bro. Oh shoot. Hold up, man. Hold up. Hold up. Let me see something. Bro, what? This been hold up. You said the X7. I'm about to look at this. Oh shoot. Alright. You want an X7? That's what you said? Yeah. I don't really like X7s. I like X6s. I like X6s. I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. Oh, I am. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure I put Jamie on the regulars. I was pretty sure I put Jamie on the regulars. Hmm. You should be good, Jamie. You should be good. I just add you to my regulars. All right. Now, I think I might literally start Twitch in January just to have a clear shot. And now you want a Mercedes G Class 450? Oh my, bro, Berber, you was wildin'. You was wildin'. Man, if Santa was real, I would be stressed out. I would be stressed out. I don't know what type of life Burberry is living, but he living. That man living. That man is living.
User says, message number if message contains blocked oops. User, your message contains blocked words and was not read. Try again, / if number random haha. That sounded weird, lol, nice one user, keep M coming, / random.
Uh,
Burberry
why
Drift
did you?
just dropped amount dollars. Respect. Built from nothing. No
Hold
entry
up.
sign emojis are
I don't know
disabled in
why
this chat.
because I put all. I don't know why. That's weird. Cause it's a super chat. I don't know why it didn't count. I don't know why that didn't count. Cause it's a super chat. Cause I never put. I always every time I set these goals, I always put all. I always put all. I never put a certain one. Oh, never mind. It ended. The goal ended. The goal ended, Burberry. That's why it ended. Yeah, that's why it ended. I don't know why. Why does it still show up there? Because because on my side, the goal ended. That was 3 hours ago, for real. I don't know why. I don't know why that happened, man. Let me see. I'm adding more doing more TSs. You feel me? I'm adding more TSs. Let me see some. Let me see some real quick. Super chat, super sticker, correspondence. I'm about to reset it. I'm about to reset it. It's to get ready for the subathon in January. That's what it's for. That is what it's for. Oh shoot. I forgot. I had a poll up. That's why I couldn't do the goal. I had a poll up. That's why I couldn't do the goal. Because I got it set for all colors. So everything should be what? Oh, okay. I'm not gonna be able to change it until 3 hours is up. But let me see. Let me see. See if I can go here. See if I can go here real quick. That's crazy. On my thing, it says I got over 10,000 people watching my stuff, but they're watching my shorts. They're not watching my actual like live. All right, cool. So let me do another one. 5. All right. So I got a new one. I got a new one up. Let me see. So I might not see what y'all saying right now because I'm trying to get this trigger on. You feel me?
User says, message number if message contains blocked oops. User, your message contains blocked words and was not read. Try again, / if number random haha. That sounded weird, lol, nice one user, keep M coming, / random. Burberry drip just dropped amount dollars. Respect. Built from nothing. No entry sign emojis are disabled in this chat. Percent user percent just dropped percent amount percent dollars. Respect. Built from nothing.
Kind action. Kind action. If you're working. Oh shoot, this he crazy. He crazy with it. Blueberry insane with it. You said what? Hold up. Let me see what Burberry's saying. What's a cash deal, Burberry? What are you talking about? Jamie, it's not safe to do that. No, I get my batteries from Sam, so I'm good. I'm good. What in the world? I don't have to do what I don't want to do. Hmm. Hmm. Well, I was watching videos, and all of a sudden I switched over to just show my face, and then I see that my face gets more viewership than me watching the video. So wait 1 second.
User says, message number if message contains blocked oops. User, your message contains blocked words and was not read. Try again, /if number random haha. That sounded weird, lol, nice one user, keep M coming, /random.
Oh shoot, it shows my actual stuff. You feel me?
Burberry drip just dropped $1.99. Respect. Built from nothing.
Okay. One second. I'm about to
How you make 40,000?
Bags. I don't know if anyone else agrees.
Listen, it's called connect.
alright, cool. Hold up, 1 second. Let's see. Oh, the thing is, Burberry, I got only bad words blocked. So let me go to my Alright. So I'm going to chat moderation. I only got when I go to settings, all the words I have blocked are profanity words and emojis. Every other word can be used. So the only words that I blocked were the words that people use that were racist, saying the N word, call me a monkey, and saying the N word, trying to create the N word with other words. Like I don't really have that many words blocked. So I'm gonna disable the people who capitalize a lot of words. I'm gonna disable the excess emotes and yeah, cause like on my Nightbot, I set I set the timeout length to 10 seconds. To 10 seconds. And and if they're a regular in here, then they're good to speak. But if they're not regular, then that lets me know that they're new. So I disabled access caps. I disabled people abusing emotes, and I disabled spamming symbols. And should I also disable repetition, where people say the same thing over and over and over? Nah, I ain't got. Okay, so the only thing that's enabled is my blacklist words, which I only have only the N word, all the other profanity words that people be using in emojis that are coming against me. So, alright. So here is why is the cost of raising children insane in 2025? I got 4 videos. Let's see what's going on. Oh yeah, they can come in here and say what they want. The only words they can't use is racist words. Like they can use any other word as long as it's not racist. They can use it. Hey, if they paying, then I guess if they paying to say whatever they trying to say, let them say it. But hmm, it was just messing up what I was trying to build through my community. Cause I go to other people's streams and they be all negative. So going to be watching what? No.
Connect team, and it's insane. I don't do schedules or timesheets manually anymore. And it works? Oh, like you wouldn't believe it. My team.
I just got the bill for my daughter's NICU.
Why is the cost of raising children insane in 2025? First off, first off, I would never have my kids wearing Louis, Givenchy, Balmain, Giuseppe's, Chalet Dion. They ain't wearing none of that. I used to wear that growing up as a kid, but my kids ain't gonna be wearing that.
NICU stay, $738,000.
$738,000. Hold up. Hold up. That's a big number. That's a big number for LMO.
1,360 freaking dollars. I just got the bill for my daughter's NICU stay. 700.
NICU stay? That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. 738,000? Yeah, so like people can come here and say whatever. I just erase the negative words, the racist words. Every other word is all game. Every other word is all game. Like, so So for me, before I start the video back up, so for me, I never so growing up in Hot Springs, Arkansas, I never heard nobody say the N word unless it was my family, because on both sides of me, both of my neighbors on the left side Caucasian, right side was Caucasian. So I disabled. The only thing that's enabled is my block list, because if I was to disable that, then the racism will come in. I had to lock that list in like Fort Knox.
$38,360 freaking dollars.
But when you really break it down, her take home of that 65K is only 18,000 a year.
Here's how much it costs to have a baby in America.
So today we're going to be going over something I touched on a little bit on my cost of living video, but since then I have seen many comments like this. One thing I love to see you do is the cost of childcare. It's insane, to the point that it's more than a parent would earn working if they had more than one kid who needs it. I wanted to expand on this a little bit more, the cost of everyday life with children. Giving birth to them in the first place, childcare, insurance increases, grocery increases, clothing, school supplies, everything that goes into it. I'm honestly not surprised why so many people are choosing not to have children today. We're also going to go over some comments from you guys from previous videos, so if you want to be featured on a few...
Let me tell you something. I'ma have kids. Me, my wife and I, we're gonna have kids. You know, it's like, bro, I never really focused on the amount, on how much stuff would cost, because of how I came up in this world. It's crazy.
future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with something that is very common now.
Have you seen the daycare costs these days? $2,200 a month for one child. I was talking to this mom at a birthday party this weekend, and she was telling me that she went and got a job for $65,000. And I was like, oh, that's really awesome, because her husband...
Dude, if y'all knew, I could, so let me say this before I start the video. One second. So, just look, let me tell you something. The daycare is $2,200 a month per child. My wife and I have family on both sides where they can take care of our kids themselves. But I could start an LLC for a daycare. meaning get all the licensing for the daycare and everything. We can create a home daycare for our children. And I could deduct shared expenses. So everything I get for the kid, toys, supplies, food, space, earn income from other children, pay yourself from business profits. Man, it's crazy. It's crazy what you can do with the
Makes
LLC.
great money, but they wanted extra money. She said the only downside is that I need to have a nanny come Monday through Friday, and it costs me $2,200 a month. And I don't have kids, so I never even thought of that before. And you know me with my numbers, started having a conversation with her. I said, well, what's your take-home pay, if you don't mind me asking? And she said about $4,000. She goes, so that's the tough part here is that after the daycare cost, I'm only really pocketing $1,800 a month, and then it's $300 in gas because the commute's very far. So I'm really going to work for 40 hours a week and only pocketing $1,500. So I'm wondering if I even made a mistake here, and they're trying to figure this all out. And we look at people who have a job at 65,000 or 80, or a couple who's making 120, and you're like, how can you not afford this? Like, this doesn't make sense. But when you really break it down, her take home of that 65K is only 18,000 a year.
So what happens if you have 2 or 3 kids? It turns into a comment like this. This is exactly why a lot of moms are stay-at-home moms. For us, the extra $1,500 isn't worth the lost time. I will say though, that is not an option for a good amount of people now. 2 full-time incomes are required to pay the bills, just live paycheck to paycheck. But then the downside is, if you do have children, a significant portion of your yearly income is going to be siphoned away for somebody to take care of them while you're at work. $2,200 for daycare, $2,000 for rent. Perfect. Already in the negative for the month, and I haven't even eaten yet. We have a comment from one of you guys. Childcare is ridiculously expensive. When my 2 boys aged out of daycare, it was like both my wife and I got a raise. I mean, we could just take a look at this example from this woman of the daycare cost around where she lives.
Smart brands are getting onto your TV with ads for only $500. That's because of the Roku Ads Manager. Here's how easy it is to set it up. This is the dashboard, super simple. Just set up your campaign, choose your audience, and even target based on viewing habits. And if you're on Shopify, customers can even check out directly with their Roku remote. Then upload your creative here and you're live. Super accessible for brands of any size. Tap into Roku's millions of households with only $500 at ads.roku.com.
Alright, so I'm about to eat. I'm about to eat dinner.
We're moving to the area in
I already
this
had
month.
breakfast. I
I was
already had lunch.
wondering if you guys have any availability, and if so, what the cost is.
Would be $2,430.
$2,400, is that for a 12-month-old or an infant?
That would be for a 12-month-old.
I'm wondering what your availability looks like for full-time childcare.
Do not have a consistent spot. They're about 2.5 years old.
Okay.
2.5 right now would be our guaranteed time frame.
So she heard almost $2,500 a month, and there's barely any of it.
Bro, look, check this out. My wife and I have kids. In the future, I would pay my mother-in-law the money that I would pay the daycare to my mother-in-law for all the daycare needs for the child. I would start an LLC and everything. That's just crazy that people don't teach y'all about financial literacy.
availability. I mean, the second one had a 1.5 year wait. You'd have to lock in a spot while you're pregnant with the kid. Some of the comments, those prices, and still no guarantee your child's safe. I quit my daycare job when I found out how much they were charging parents. People were paying $3,000 a month and I was getting paid $15 an hour with no benefits at all. Is that $2,400 a month for one kid? Is that normal? Yes, every quote has been around that much. We have waiting lists. They start at least a year early. We have pregnant moms come view the school before the child's even born. Exactly what I just said before. Even the original creator responded, I would have had to have called this daycare before I even knew I was pregnant. Absolutely insane. Another comment from one of you guys, childcare costs is why my wife stays at home. If she worked her job, she would just be paying for them to go to daycare. Like I said before, there are many people that don't have that option. They still need 2 full-time jobs to be able to pay the bills. If you're lucky enough to have a pretty solid single income stream, maybe a work from home job or something like that, it does start sounding pretty worth it to save $2,000 a month per child, mind you. And I know the prices are all over the place depending on what state you live in the country. We have a clip up on screen here when you get a child care packet and it's $1,600 a month for a 1-year-old. Still insanely expensive in my opinion, but I have a chart up on screen if you want to pause it to see what the costs were wherever you guys live, but daycare costs by state. From 2003 to 2023, average daycare cost increased by 40%, surpassing the inflation rate of 31%. So this information is still 2 years old, so I bet everything's a little bit more expensive, but we could still look. Where I am in North Carolina is $832. Where I used to live in New Jersey is $1,400. I could see real close to that, Massachusetts is $1,700. Minnesota $1,500. Colorado $1,400. Colorado almost has the same prices as daycare in Hawaii, which is pretty crazy. But it also depends on where you live in each one of these states. Clearly the examples we've already seen, $1,600, $2,000, $2,400, are way more than any of these averages, so the prices can vary widely. But let's backtrack all the way to the beginning of the child's life. We could see how much it costs to have a kid in the first place.
So we just got our first batch of photos back and I sent those photos off 10 minutes ago. Now we'll go over here to download to review and we're going to open Lightroom and see how they look.
Here's how much it costs to have a baby in America. So we're gonna start with the ultrasound that we had to get a couple days before Aspen. So that ultrasound cost us $2,067.85. And now onto my actual hospital stay. So we stayed for just under 3 days.
So whatever the observation room is, we got charged $413.65. No clue what that is. The recovery room cost us $2,702.45. A hospital stay, I don't know how that's different, but that one cost us $4,438. The emergency room cost us $1,932.90. And I don't know what the laboratory is either, but that cost us an additional $1,439.20.
All of these costs.
Bro, when I tell you, the price, because I got my EOB from the collision I was in. The number that I gotta pay, I'm gonna wait until it's all done, because the number is it's too crazy. The number is too crazy. You feel me? You feel me? One second, man.
They're wringing out thousands of dollars at a time, and this doesn't include any of the actual labor, giving birth to the child. This is absolutely insane to me.
But then we go into labor and delivery. So this one is the one where I would expect it to be the most expensive because that's clearly why we're there. We got charged $10,593.40 for that one.
I know I keep butting into this clip, but I just want to say that cost alone is the price I paid for the car that I'm currently driving. A 2015 Civic I paid $10,500 for, and that was just one single expense for them.
And then our anesthesia. So my epidural cost us more than anything else. That one was $14,446.15.
Was it worth it?
Yes. Yes. We also had a pharmacy and supply cost. So pharmacy cost $10,007.25. For supplies, $565.03. So the grand total for everything came out to $33,011.73.
But that was just for our stay. We also had to pay for Aspen, our newborn daughter, to be in the hospital.
So her hospital stay, to stay with us in the room that we also paid for, was $4,008.
Our complete hospital bill cost $37,019.73.
Luckily,
that's
we
a
have
whole
insurance,
car.
but insurance
whole
only
car.
helps so much. So how much we have to pay out of pocket to have a baby in America is $11,558.93.
So even with insurance, they're paying almost a third of the cost. And you wonder why so many people hate insurance across the board. But if they didn't have it, they were looking at $37,000, and we're actually going to see an example later in the video. But you're talking 5 figures just to get the kid out the door and starting its life. And of course, if you start comparing it to the child cost in the past, it starts getting way worse.
Raising a child in 1981 in America would have cost you $300 a month to have them cared for. If you need child care for a child in America in 1981, $300 a pop. So if you had 2 kids, how much is that? $600, exactly. If we were to raise 2 kids in America today, it would cost you $1,350 a month per child. That's $2,700 over the course of 12 months. Do you know how much that is? I'll tell you, it's over 30 grand. If you want to have 2 kids in America and you want to work your full-time job like you have to in order to pay your child care, you're going to be paying a full-time person's job. So in order to have a child full-time with a career, you have to have another full-time job with a career to raise your child full-time.
Another set of these comments, it's cheaper in most cases to have one parent just stay home. And yet daycares pay their teachers $11 an hour. $14.65 for my 2-year-old every month, and there's no discount when they're closed for holiday breaks or off days. Oh man. We have a screenshot here. Salary needed to live comfortably in Tampa, Florida. Single adult, $94,432. The national average being $93,933, and 2 working adults with 2 children. Probably the classic image that pops in your head when you think of a family, right? 2 parents, 2 kids is $209,498. Almost $20,000 a month. Another experience from one of you guys: if we had another child when we wanted to and had 2 children in childcare, it would cost us $2,400 a month. This is more than what we pay for in rent. So it's really not surprising when you see clips like this of so many people just outright refusing to have kids.
What's new with Google Ads? Google AI powers campaigns that work for you. Your ads multiplied. Better results? Simplified. Put Google AI to work on your next campaign.
I've been on Shopify since the very beginning. There's a bunch of amazing templates that you can choose from. If I needed to go in there and add a logo, add a little bit of text, Shopify makes it really easy to do that. I don't think I'll ever outgrow Shopify. Definitely helped me take my business to the next level.
And then it's like, is it worth the trade-off?
31% don't want kids, on the fence about it because of childcare, which is a fair point because childcare costs have increased 214% since 1990, and childcare for one infant in 2020 was over 12 grand on average, $200 a week.
Yeah.
Which is a lot.
And here's the deal too, because we went and we looked at different daycares, and you want the one that you feel the safest and it's the cleanest and the best. I'm like when it's your child that you're handing over. So I'm like, I understand people that pay and have to these crazy amounts for daycare because I'm like, you do want you want the one that you feel the best, but it still has to fit within your budget. And so that's when the conversation comes in of like, okay, we need to do pros and cons on both parents working even. Because it can get to a point, depending on where you live and how much it is, that one parent's salary, that 75% of it is going to daycare. And then it's like, is it worth the trade-off, right? So you start to have those conversations.
Especially when you have more
kids. That's a hard one.
The comment section does not get much better. Where in the world do you get daycare for $200 a week? $350 a week is a deal in my not-so-big city. I was quoted $3,100 a month for 2 kids. When we have our third, we'll be paying over $2,500 a month in daycare. And another comment from you guys, daycare is so expensive, they pay the girls watching your kids minimum wage. No way I would leave my kids there. So we could go over and watch the clip that probably sparked this entire video, the cost of raising a child until they become an adult.
Raising a child in the U.S. is more expensive than ever, about $300,000 over 18 years. According to LendingTree, it breaks down to about $29,000 a year, factoring in childcare, clothing, food, health insurance premiums, and more. The biggest jump in cost, daycare, up 51% since the last report in 2023. Hawaii is the most expensive state to raise a child. The least, Mississippi. Georgia sits at 48. So how many kids do you have, and does this check out for you? Let us know.
So an extra little bit of information, because the earlier chart that I had state by state with childcare cost only went up to 2023, but this news clip is only 2 months old, and they said that daycare costs increased 51% since 2023. I mean, that sounds unbelievable to me. Did I not understand that correctly? Only 300,000. I feel like it's more. I'm one and done. And they wonder why millennials and Gen Z aren't having kids. Basically, you can only pick one: buy a house, have kids, or save for retirement. This is why I don't have kids. I'm staying child free. 300,000, it's way more, and that's one child. I grow up in a low income, poor household, and I wouldn't do that to another child. I have 2 kids. I can attest childcare is literally more expensive than a luxury 2-bedroom apartment in my area. $2,400 a month for daycare. So because of this, birthing rates are falling all over the world. And there are some pretty weird things happening to incentivize people having children.
Birth rates are falling all over the world, including in this country, and some governments are starting to panic over it and take action. So let's talk about South Korea. 42 districts there in South Korea are offering major incentives at matchmaking events. 42 of them, in fact, all over the country. And look at these bonuses they're giving. $14,000 to couples who get married. $340 just to go on dates, just to find out if you like somebody. Then housing subsidies, cash for pregnancy-related expenses, even money for international travel.
Is the pregnancy rate dropping that much?
It's like 1/3 the level just needed to maintain the population level right now. But so the government matchmaking events, you have to sit down in front of somebody and look in their eyes for 10 seconds.
Okay, 10 seconds. Then what?
Then you have to have a 5-minute conversation, and then you all play bingo and have dinner.
The longer I think about it, the weirder this sounds to me. It's almost like the dystopian stories in the future where we're almost borderline robots and everything's just off. And I'm pretty sure there are tax breaks in the US as well for having children, but I believe it's only $3,000 or $5,000, and clearly that's nowhere near the cost of actually raising a child from year to year. So, I mean, I guess it's better than nothing, but I don't think it's really going to help the birthing rates increase, especially when we get full examples like this. How much I spent this week as a mom of 4 kids. 1 week.
People are constantly saying that kids are expensive, but they never elaborate on what that means. But we know that millennial parents and Gen Z parents aren't having kids or having fewer kids because of how expensive it is. And so I'm going to share what I spent on my 4 kids this week, just to give you an idea on what people mean when they say kids are expensive. I'm going to start off with a big ticket item. It is childcare. I have 4 children, and so that is more than the average family. So I will break it down per kid for you so you understand the full cost. So my 2 youngest kids, who are 3 and 4, they are in full-time daycare. They're in a preschool room and a pre-K room. It is $78 per day per child. And so for the 2 of them to attend full-time 5 days a week, it is $780 a week. Now, I also have 2 older kids. They are 7 and 8 years old, but they go to after-school care at their school. That is $45 per day per child, and so that's $450 a week. Our total is $1,230 for childcare per week for our 4 kids.
You're talking $5,000 a month just for that. Oh, it's not going to get any better. That was just the start of it, too.
Now let's track groceries. We spend anywhere between like $275 to $350 a week on groceries, give or take. This week it was actually $355. I don't really know why. Sometimes it's more expensive if we run out of things like ketchup or whatever. I also went to Costco this week to return something, but when I was there, I got more food for my kids that we had run out of, and so I spent $98 at Costco. Sticking with food for a second, I spent $45 on school lunch this week. I did $30 for my 2 older kids on their like lunch ticket, and then $10, so $5 each for my little girls for school pizza day. This is an annual expense, but it was my 2 oldest kids' birthdays this week. They have back-to-back birthdays, and so we spent about $200 between gifts, cake, ice cream, all the things.
Creators, take these 3 apps I built to run my business made with Base 44. They're ready for you as free-to-use templates in the link below. Let's talk productivity. As a one-man show, I have to handle everything myself, so missing a task isn't an option. I built a scheduling calendar to manage my content, and I added reminders for all the little tasks that keep things moving. Second, my community. I built a content...
Now here's some rapid...
Alright, so I'm adding my spiel on it. The reason why we don't have children, the real reason why we don't have kids is because of a certain situation. But I'm gonna wait to speak on it until I want to do the video with my wife, so we can explain more about why we don't have kids at this point in time. There's a reason, because in all actuality, there should already be kids here, but there are certain reasons why they're not here. So that's the speak about that. That's the conversation on that.
Things that don't happen every single week, but we had to spend money on them this week. So first and foremost, a $40 copay at the doctor's for my daughter, $112 for dance recital tickets. That's for 4 tickets. I think they were $28 each, and so we have the recital on Sunday. This doesn't happen all the time, but it did happen this week. We also had to pay for dance classes this week, and so it's $50 per class. My daughters go to 3 classes. There's 3 daughters, and that's $160 with tax. So we just spent that this week. Okay, and my 2 older kids have seasonal allergies, and so I had to re-up on our allergy medicine, and that was about $26. So all in this week, we spent about $2,000 on our 4 kids. You'll notice it does not include any gas in our cars that we use to drive them around. It does not include our housing costs, our utilities, any of those things. These were just specifically kid-related expensive.
So around $8,000 a month, I know, give or take, because there were things that don't happen every single week, but did not include any type of bill, housing costs, utilities, internet bill, electricity, whatever. Possibly an extra $96,000 a year. Just a couple of the comments, $78 per day per child. That's what I was thinking when I heard that too. It's important to talk about the cost of childcare because it's so incredibly crucial that we address the childcare crisis. I saw another creator highlight that it's not just the cost of giving children the basics, it's the cost of giving them the life that you want for them, which just of course means even more money. But another example I didn't hear too much when it came.
Because look, this I'm going to tell you. This is what I'm going to tell you. My parents, like, for my parents, like, I grew up middle class. So, from where I grew up at, I grew up middle class. So, I was already born into a nice way of living. So, when people talk to me about poverty, I don't know what that is because I never experienced it. Even though I'm not experiencing poverty now because of the choices I made. Because if you look in this house, you don't see poverty. Because my wife and I, we live in the nicest house on the street. We live right next to a highway. Right next to a highway. And I've only seen maybe since we live here, I've only seen like 4 different families on this street. I see their kids on the street more than them on the street. I never see nobody going to a job, going to go work somewhere. It's like there's people that live in these houses, but I never see nobody leave those houses to go to work. I've seen it across the street, but I haven't seen it nowhere else. Nowhere else.
To children is, of course, what we all hate: insurance increases.
I see a lot of videos about people talking about how expensive daycare is and how that's like deterring them from having kids, which I get it. It's a lot. Who's going to weigh in on the cost of insurance? Because I just found out my price per paycheck is going up like 900% just to add a child to my insurance. And that's just like not a cost that I factored into. Like, obviously daycare, food, clothing, whatever, but like never thought about insurance. Actually, you know what? If you had 3 kids versus just 1, it's the same cost.
Literally, insurance is the number 2 reason why we won't have more. I'm paying $1,400 a month on my employer's insurance. It's highway robbery. And you probably still have a high out-of-pocket max per year. Insurance is a scam. That's what I was thinking. It went up 900% for her, but that doesn't mean that now the doctor's visits are free. Like we saw with the clip before, almost $37,000 to give birth. They had insurance and still had to pay $11 grand. $700 a month on employers, and it's not even good insurance. Birth was $5,000. And on the previous clip in passing, she was talking about the clothing and all of that kind of miscellaneous stuff. And I just wanted to put this in because I took a photo while I was at the store. It is already back to school, even though it's barely July right now, but whatever. They have all the supplies for school, and that turns into backpacks, which this kid's version of a JanSport backpack, this was not an adult backpack, was $55. Now, if you look at it, it is a corduroy version, and maybe people would think that's fancy, but there were a whole bunch of different colorways, a lot of plain stuff. Even the JanSport right under it, they were all $55 for a kid's backpack. And I don't really know what's cool or not anymore, but at least in my time, having a Nike or Adidas backpack was a lot cooler than JanSport. So I mean, $55 just for a kid's backpack I thought was wild. But we could go over to the next clip that kind of blows that right out of the water if we're talking about costs.
I just got the bill for my daughter's NICU stay. Do you guys want to know how much it is? Do you want to have a conversation about the price? $738,360 freaking dollars. Almost $1 million. And then I decided to take a look through the itemized bill because they sent every single little thing that they charged for. And I swear there's things that they didn't do. And I swear there's things that they're overcharging for. For example, I noticed on the bill that there is a little tiny tube of Aquaphor that they gave me that I actually still have. $25. $25 for a tiny tube of Aquaphor that I thought the nurse was just giving me to be cute and give it for free. No, ma'am. They made sure to charge every single little thing. Damn, like that is crazy.
Well, now you can. With Roku Ads Manager, setting up a campaign is as easy as making a social post. The best part is that you can get started for as little as $500. If you already have content made for YouTube and socials, just upload it here. As many versions as you want. Test it, tweak it, and run it straight to TV. And with interactive action ads, viewers can shop, request info, and engage instantly, all with their TV remote. So, what if your business could run TV?
Another example here, how long was she in for? Our daughter was in the NICU for 3 weeks and ours was $147,000. These costs are brutal. The creator responded, still waiting for her bill to hit her insurance. Imagine getting that bill and not having any insurance. Well, that's exactly what we're going to see in the next clip.
Okay guys, you'll never believe it, but my baby is a few days past 3 months old and I got the hospital bill. They didn't let me have my baby for free. They did send me the bill finally. She's a few days past 3 months old, and now I got the bill. It's actually on my phone, which is what I'm talking to right now, so I can't show you, But, all right, we double check the numbers and drum roll, please. $16,075.86. That was cheaper than my car, so that's cool. Only by a few $1,000s, but that's cool. If you're new here, I don't have insurance, and I was just waiting for the bill to see what I owed to have my 4th baby in the hospital. I was in the hospital from 9:30 at night, had the baby 6:30 the next morning, and then I was there until 11 o'clock the next day. That's how much it cost me in Kansas to have a baby without insurance.
So there you go. That was Kansas. Another $16,000. No insurance. Got to pay that all. I mean, if you've watched my videos, I've talked about wanting a big family, knowing that it's going to cost quite a bit of money, but watching all of these experiences really does start to freak me out, honestly.
I was calling because I'm moving to the area this month with my 10-month-old, and I was wondering what your availability looks like for the infant room.
We have a big transition.
Cause look, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm glad for the degrees I have. I'm glad for the things I know. Cause a lot of people don't know about insurance like how I know about insurance. So in due time, when my wife and I do have a kid in the future, we will have money waiting for us in 2027 for whenever it's time for our baby to finally be here. They'll be good. Then we straight. You feel me? Yeah, cause I had to. I'll be putting new food in Luna's bowl at 6.
Coming this summer, but we're pretty booked. We're looking at like 12 to 14 months for our wait list.
So what is the price point for full-time?
So we're looking at $2,200 a month for infants, and that's up to 18 months once they reach
2,200 a month is crazy.
toddler tuition, and that's $2,000 a month.
Okay, thanks so much for the information. I appreciate it.
And another set of the same type of comments. Meanwhile, the workers are getting paid minimum wage. 20,000 likes. $2,000 a month for childcare is a joke. Why is the birthing rates declining? And I mean, I could go on and on with these examples. I've found so many of them in such a short period of time looking this up. So if you have any of your experiences, put it in the comments down below. But that's all I got for you guys today. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Hold on, before you pay for yet another app to manage your team, let me introduce you to Connect Team, the one platform that replaces all of these. I'm talking about live scheduling, time tracking.
On August 23rd, 2024, police were dispatched to a Target store in Orlando after reports that an employee had been illegally marking down merchandise and taking gift cards without authorization over multiple incidents.
Want to get charges refunded?
So was it like a...
Yeah, I think it's the person. Does he know we're coming? I think so, yeah.
Okay.
What's going on, guys? Hey, how you doing, man? Okay. You got a minute to come in here with us real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Or do you want me to go out there and talk to him? Or?
Sure. I mean, it's your
Sorry, somebody's gonna stay.
Yeah.
Can stay with you?
Here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It's about
Good.
here. I have the statement in my office, but pretty much.
Okay.
So, sorry, I was trying to...
What's your name, sir?
Tori. Nice to meet you.
Okay, and what are?
I'm the lead for asset protection.
Okay, great.
So,
I'm off.
sorry about that.
You got it.
Chill it out with that one.
Yeah, I appreciate you. So tell me what happened.
So basically, this is where we got in there. Just over. Watching here. Sorry, I'll talk about it now.
Yeah. How old is this kid?
Just her name.
18. Okay.
Unfortunately. So I have my statement filled out on here, just kind of everything happened. So over the past, since July 26th, so we have on camera for video evidence, just doing markdowns for his friends, like video games, marking down 50%, unauthorized, and you know, on 3 separate occasions that we have on video, the same 3 friends, same card number. So we've been talking to him in there about everything that happened. He admitted to it, and then on the 14th of this month, scanned himself a gift card and put cash payment. Didn't put
So,
any cash.
let me just stop you there 1 second. So this, about a month ago, there was some activity that happened here,
Yeah,
marking
and
stuff down.
seeing it on video.
Saying kids got it on video, all that stuff. You talked to him at that point about it. Were any charges, did you press any charges at that time?
No,
or?
so the stuff that we talked to him about, we're talking all to him right now about everything that occurred.
Okay.
Reason is because we didn't know if it was a trend, because usually, like I said, you have a one guess, it's random, right?
Yep.
So when we reviewed video and kind of kept tabs on him, he had it 3 separate occasions, same kids.
Okay.
Some of them wearing the same clothes, doing unauthorized markdowns. Pretty much, like I said, half off. So you
And these are customers coming in, friends of his, whatever it is.
yeah,
He's
so
doing all
he
these
admitted that
markdowns.
they were friends of his, that he was pretty much hooking them up.
Okay.
And then also the 14th of this month, most recently, he scanned himself a $100 Target Visa gift card. On the register, when you put cash, you have to put cash in the register. If not, it'll pretty much just charge Target for it. So he pretty much charged Target for it, and then put it in a bag, concealed his pocket, and walked out. So when we were in the office with him, we pretty much talked to him. He's filling out the mission statement. He pretty much admitted to everything, that he's been marking down stuff for his friends since beginning of this year, and it's probably close to like $2,000 in loss.
Sorry, I'm just supporting a case, so this is not mine. This was markdowns at the register, so friends of his that came through. For Legos, video game accessories, and for the most part, everything was about 50% markdown for unauthorized price overrides. So there was 3 back-to-back transactions on this occasion. So that's the first transaction. The second one here is for like a digital storage device. The other one was for like a computer gaming accessory, for video gaming accessory.
Was he running the register?
Yeah, he was manning the register.
And who was the customer?
So on all of these occasions, it was 3 males. I'm not familiar with them. He said that...
Were that people you knew it?
I knew 2 of them.
Who was the third one?
The third one is a friend of theirs, and I didn't know him personally very well, but yeah.
So what was the deal? Like, you were cutting them a break and then they were paying you off, or?
No, I didn't get a single game in all of them.
Then why you did? Then why you did that?
Well, I didn't. No, good friendship, I guess. But I didn't get a single thing back from doing all that.
So you are willing?
Yes, basically. I was willing
to take a charge for a good friendship.
I'm being completely honest.
No, I understand that.
Today I'm going to make a beat. We're going to Output's new plugin co-producer, play your beat. It's going to analyze it.
It just like blows my mind that you're willing to do that. Go to jail for a friend. I mean, I want you as my friend, dude. So out of all this, you kept $100 for yourself? You still have that gift card, or you already used it?
My family has it. I don't know if they used it or not.
Who you gave it to?
Gave it to my father.
Your father?
I do have one on me though.
Huh?
I do have one on me. I believe there was 2 gift cards I stole.
How much each?
About 100.
$100 each? And the one that you gave it to your dad, you just gave him as a gift, or did you tell him?
My grandfather has a pancreas infection right now. And so I kind of gave it to him as like, you know, some money to help pay for the hospital bill. That's about it. And so he mentioned 3 people. I did it for other people too. Well, other than my friends that came by.
So,
but they were the main, like they the ones that came.
So there's more transactions than what Target knows. That's what you're telling me.
I'm not sure what's on that paper.
Oh.
So they might have it down.
I'm also working on new music to put out for the upcoming year. So yeah. And all my music I'm gonna put in my Nightbot. So I have a whole playlist of just nothing but my music.
What it's on the paper is the 3 same individuals in 3 separate
Merry
transactions.
Christmas!
On July 26th, August 2nd, and August 8th. That's the 3 transactions that they have.
Yeah, those are the main ones.
Green Goblin?
Alright.
I've just been talking, I have not read them yet.
Okay. And then you, otherwise we're all set on this side, so anything else you need? I'm just gonna read them.
Yeah, so I don't read
Okay.
Being blind, so.
Okay. All right. You can stay right there if you want. That's okay. You don't have to
Has
get
any
up.
officer ever read your rights before?
No. Okay.
You never had any encounter with the police, right? Doesn't understand why.
No,
So
nothing like that.
what is he going to read to you? It's your Miranda warning rights.
Yeah.
He's going to read it to you. I'm sure you've seen on TV where they're asking. So he's going to read it. If you have any questions, feel free to stop, and then we'll try to explain it to you. This does not mean you're under arrest. He's going to ask you a couple questions in reference to his investigation. By law, we have to ask you, we have to read you prior to asking you those questions.
Correct. Okay. All right. And if you don't understand something, just tell me to stop. Right? I can repeat it for you. Right? I'm Officer Moscatel, Sebastian. Okay. Okay. You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand? Okay. By shaking your head, I assume that you responding in the affirmative. Anything you say may be used against you in court. Do you understand? Yes. Okay. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one, one will be provided for you before questioning without charge. Do you understand? Yes. Okay. Has anyone threatened you? Anybody here? Anybody threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk?
Hey, I'm a post Green Goblin on there. I'm gonna post it. So wait one second.
Right now. No? Okay. Okay. So can we talk about what happened here today? All right. So tell me a little bit about what's been going on here with some of these markdowns.
There's
Okay.
3 guys. I don't know.
Okay.
I just know he's a friend of theirs, and so I know the other 2, Gavin and Kyle.
Okay. So three people, 3 individuals. Okay.
You say what's his name?
2 of them are Gavin and Kyle. The last guy is Phil. Don't call me on Phil.
Shipping 10,000 packages a month can feel chaotic. Relax. There's ShipStation. ShipStation syncs all your inventory and automates manual tasks, so you can ship more orders faster. Start your free trial today at ShipStation.com.
Yes. Phil did not go to my school though. I believe he went to a different school, but he is friends with Gavin and Kyle. That went to my school.
Kyle went to Dr. Phillips.
And
Is that where you go, Dr. Phillips?
That's right.
And you're 8. I heard you're 18. Okay.
But yeah.
Okay,
And
take your
so
time. Take your time.
those markdowns are from Gavin and Kyle, and Phil, I guess, coming into Target,
Okay.
asking for a discount.
Do you remember what types of items that you marked down?
Yes. Legos, mainly, video game accessories, some video games, like actual games.
Okay.
Some, like, toys.
Okay. Was any anything else? Anything monetary value? Anything like that? Nothing you remember? Any gift cards?
Yes.
That was not for Gavin.
That was not for them. That was actually for myself and my family.
Okay. So that was for your personal use with your family, you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Did Gavin or Kyle force you to do any of this? Did they tell you, hey, they threaten you in some way to say if you did this, there's gonna be some...
No, for the most part. Yeah,
no, this was just you want to do something for your friends and saying, hey, it'd be really cool if we got some stuff marked down. Yeah, okay. Is there anything else?
Which one was the friend that asked you for the discount?
Yeah.
Kevin asked you for the discount the first time he came in, and then you agreed to give him discount, and then I'm assuming he came back,
yes,
went straight to you and said the same thing. Can you discount me again?
Yes. And basically repetitive. Yeah.
How many times you discounted that you think you discounted Kevin and Galvin? I know Target is saying 3, but it was those 3, or you think it was more than 3?
5, more than 3.
More than 3. Do you have any idea? 5, 10, 15?
Not 15. Maybe like between 5 and 10.
Between 5 and 10. And then you had mentioned to me earlier that besides Kevin and Galvin, you also
I'm putting together a cover because I'm pretty sure that my channel took down my other song. I don't know why it did that. Because there's more songs on here. And I'm guessing yeah, I never put it on here, that's why. That's why. That's why it's not on here. So wait 1 second. Oh, yeah, so let me get my album cover together for you, and I'll post it on United Masters as a single because that song was supposed to be a part of my deluxe album to come out, but I never put it out. So I got a lot of music that hasn't been brought out to the world. I want to make sure my chicken stuff is crispy. You feel me?
Count as other transactions for other friends.
Yes, like once or twice.
Okay. Was the same thing? They came up to you and said, "Hey, Sebastian, we're good friends. Can you give me a discount?" Or you just immediately like, "I got you."
They came up to me and asked.
Who are this other?
Friends from school.
You're
Just
welcome,
friends
man.
from
You're
school.
welcome, Phil.
Total between the transactions with Kevin and Galvin, plus the other couple that you discounted, how much money you think you discounted?
I said to them like 2,000.
2,000? Really?
But I don't know.
Right. No, fair enough. It is what it is. And then you did one transaction for $100 gift card, correct?
Yes.
And then the second transaction for a gift card was also that $100, or was it a different amount?
It might have been 50.
50?
Yeah.
One of you gave it to your dad. Do you remember when was that you gave it to your dad? Like it's less than a month ago?
No, it's probably more than
A month ago. And then the one that you still have in your pocket, when did you do this transaction?
1 second. Let me see real quick. All right, cool. I'm gonna put this chair up. We gonna get to it, man. We gonna get to it. So, uh, yeah, I was going to put it, put a subtitle on that joint, but no, I ain't gonna do that. But I'm gonna post it on. I'm gonna I'm gonna put it on United Masters, and then I'm gonna post a track. I'm gonna post it on United Masters. I got you. So let me put this chair up. And I got y'all. So be right back.
Oh, we know they flip flopped. So
Okay.
the one I have right now was one I kind of kept that I've been in my wallet for the past, I don't know, few month or so.
A month or so.
And
What's the value of that one?
This one is 100. And then the other 100 is for that my parents have.
So basically two $100. The one that is in your pocket, I know you just told me it's $100 gift card. Have you used it?
So we just got our first batch of photos back, and I sent those photos off 10 minutes ago. Now we'll go over here to download to review, and we're gonna open Lightroom and see how they look. You can see right now, as it's populating, wow, that profile just really aimed for skin tones, which I really, really liked. Especially here, the white balance and the exposure change.
I have.
You use all of them?
No, not all of it.
But someone.
I don't know the estimate on it.
Uh-huh.
But you have used it for something. I have used it probably for like $10, maybe $20.
So you probably have like 80 or 90 bucks left. Do you mind if I see that card?
Yeah.
Where did you use it? Here or elsewhere?
Elsewhere.
Thanks, man. I know you mentioned that your grandfather is being ill, that he's had pancreas, and I know you also mentioned that one of the gift cards you did just in good faith, trying to help your dad out a little bit with the bills and stuff, since the hospital bills are devastating. They're being too expensive. Did the transactions that you did for your friend, did you ask your friends for any return or anything? No.
I didn't ask them for anything else in return.
Okay.
Nothing.
Have you had any intent to ask them in the future, like, hey, dude, I hook you up with this, can you help me out, or anything like that? No.
And like I asked you before, right? So nobody threatened you or anything like that to force you to do this. This was your own choice to do these things.
All from good heart.
All right. Okay. Good enough. So we've got copies of the receipts that were in here. I've got a statement. I've got video. He's got this evidence.com link.
Yeah, those are all the
So
transactions.
let me grab
Like,
these. So I got this.
I stapled some of them together for the days that they happened. So like the ones that are stapled were pretty much the same day. They were back-to-back transactions.
We just need to, I guess, inform you real quick. All right, sir. Let's turn around from me real quick. All right. Transponder back. Thank you.
You guys need anything else from us? Are you guys going to look into the remaining amount, or this case is closed on your end?
Probably just close our end because depending on look at everything, but within like footage.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably outside of the time frame. Do we have a back door so we don't have to walk him?
Yeah, I'll walk in. I got him.
Okay.
You want to hold it for a minute? I'll go grab.
Try not to walk in front of all your coworkers. Yeah.
Okay. I'll take my car around back.
Right here.
It's, Oops, again. No, yeah, we should exit by the side door where your car is.
Mine's all the way on the other side, so if you want to stay with him, I'll go grab my car.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Take this.
All right, go ahead and start bringing your car. All right, do you have anything else on you?
Just my phone and wallet. Right. And my keys are in there too. So, if you want to grab, yeah, that's it.
Where is your car parked?
In the back corner over there, near the Tesla charging station.
Anything else?
No. Any pocket knives, razor blades, or anything, box cutters, or anything?
Any your shoes?
No, I got nothing.
Yep, take care, okay? All right.
He was charged with petty theft. Share your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
What's new with Google Ads? Google AI powers campaigns that work for you. Your ads multiplied. Better results? Simplified. Put Google AI...
Is anyone else's parent just like not planning for retirement at all?
Well, at one time we thought we were in real good shape. Have you got enough to retire on? Have you got enough to last your lives, do you think?
We hope so.
I don't think I can ever retire. I really don't. I don't think it's possible to retire anymore.
Okay, so today we're going to be going over something that I don't think people are taking nearly as seriously as they should, and that's the retirement crisis. Baby boomers and Gen X are already at the point where if they didn't save money already, they're most likely going to be working for the rest of their lives. But millennials are already thinking that way as well because everything has risen in price so much. Homes, vehicles, groceries, you name it. And currently Gen Z starting off their adult lives in an absolutely terrible job market that they can't even get out of the heavy student loan debt they're in, let alone be able to save for retirement down the line. It is all just an absolute mess. We have a lot to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos. So if you want to be featured on a future video, leave in the comments down below. But let's start off with a clip that was filmed 30 years ago and see what people were saying even back then.
Well, at one time we thought we were in real good shape. You got enough to retire on? Have you got enough to last your lives, do you think?
We hope so.
And it's just one thing after another, and them savings that you had laid back seem to disappear.
Every day I have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm ready to retire. I realize that I can't live on Social Security. It's just not going to be enough there, enough in the style of life that I want.
Social Security is not going to be enough, and so they're going to have enough invested on their own.
My wife has a 401k.
We each have a Keogh.
You have IRA, right? We both have IRAs.
But to have enough down the road, if you just...
They said this about retirement in 1994, and it still hits today. So, it feels, Green Goblin, it should be releasing. It should be released on the 26th. So just give it a minute, because right now it's pending. Right now it's pending. When it'll be on there,
invested in CDs, you're going to have basically what you have now, because inflation will just eat away all the gains.
I used to save using bank CDs.
CDs are very low.
And I just don't think that's going to get me where I want to be.
Marry rich, I don't know.
So before I say anything, we could go over to some of the comments. Knowing where to invest back then was also harder. You had to go through a broker to do it. Now you could do it on your own through your phone, Robinhood, Webull. There's a million different apps. Now you just have to invest in the S&P 500 and you're good. People are starting to get more and more worried about the stock market because of the AI bubble, and even though safer index funds, SPY, VOO, are pretty heavily invested in technology, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. My only hope is to keep being profitable in the stock market and retire in another country, but even that opportunity won't be possible if the dollar loses its status as a world reserve currency. I'm going to work until I die, even though I have enough to retire now. I don't see the point of sitting around and not being productive, and that's not what I'm trying to say in this video. I have the same mindset as well. I don't think I would just stop one day and go, all right, I'm going to sit on the couch until I'm in the grave, but just having the...
So look, a lot of people just assume that every time I wake up that I'm not working. If YouTube is paying, if YouTube pays me monthly, that means I'm working. Every time I turn this camera on, that's working. You see me eating. I'm still getting paid because this is working. When I'm eating, I'm getting paid. When I'm not eating, I'm getting paid. I walk around the house, I'm getting paid. I'm talking to y'all the whole way through. The whole way through. And I wanted to retire at the age of 30. I'm 31. And when I tell people that I've been with my wife longer than I've been with the actual company, meaning I've worked more for myself than working for a company. I gave the company 5 years of my life. I did DoorDash for 10 years of my life. 10. I'm just saying.
Financial burden lifted from your life. You could go do whatever you want, maybe passions. You can make some money here or there, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I think that's the goal a majority of people have. And what these people were talking about 31 years ago is just as relevant today. Inflation is eating away at a lot of people's savings. I have absolutely no confidence in Social Security being around when I get up to that age. I personally think I'm going to have to invest for my own retirement. And with how expensive everything's gotten and wages not keeping up, there's a lot more people thinking like this.
Welcome to Roku. Roku makes every part of the TV experience better, including the ads.
I don't think I can ever retire. I really don't. I don't think it's possible to retire anymore, because the amount of money you need to retire is going to keep going up as you get older, because inflation and everything else is going to cost way more in the future. So right now, if you're like, oh, $1 million and I can retire.
I got money I got investments. I have life insurance policies. It's crazy.
Probably not. I mean, you could probably be okay for a few years. But then once inflation and everything else kicks in, you're going to start paying way more for the things that you need to live on a daily basis. So people are just going to keep working. I mean, that's why you always see people continuing to work even past 65. It's because they can't retire. And most people can't retire. Most people.
I remember a while ago we went over a video of a whole bunch of the older generation not being able to retire currently, and it kind of looks like with every generation after them, the problem's only getting worse. And more people like him, that I'm assuming is a millennial, are starting to realize it earlier and earlier. But we could take a look at what a lot of Gen Xers are thinking about right now.
Gen Xers are worried about their retirement. Some of them saying that I'm never going to be able to retire at all. Nina McCullum is one of them. She's 55 and she was just laid off last year, and it wasn't her first time either in her career. So between dealing with layoffs and not really having a solid financial retirement plan through an employer, things are a lot scarier. She admits she was living paycheck to paycheck. So when she didn't have enough to even pay the bills, how was she supposed to save for retirement? This story is common amongst a lot of Gen Xers, which are those aged between 44 and 59. They were taught by their boomer parents that if they show up, do their best, they'll have access to a pension and things will look great and dandy, and they'll be at home once they're 65, gardening or doing whatever they want. But studies have shown they're the least.
So a company, look, that's why that never made no sense to me, because why would I give 65 of my years to a company? No, hold up. Not 65. Alright. I started working at 18. Now, 65 minus 18. That's 47 years of my life.
This is a reminder. Feed Luna.
Alexa, stop. 1 second. 1 second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. I gotta feed the cat. One second, be right there. Be right there. Have to get Luna some food. Alright. So, like I was saying before I start this video back up, so 65 years until you're able to retire. 62, you can retire at 62, but they want to wait until you're 65 because they are basing it on the fact that you're not going to be able to live past 65. You understand me? So when I said to myself, I said I want to retire at 30. I'm 31. I don't gotta clock in no more. I don't clock in no more. This is what I use to make money. This was never media. 2020 was the start of Was Never Media, which is my media company for YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, Kick. I'm on every platform. I have a small following on Kick, have a small following on Twitch. My biggest following is on YouTube. And I I go live on TikTok, YouTube, Twitch, Kick. I go live on Facebook. I'm monetized on Facebook, monetized on Twitch, monetized on TikTok, monetized on YouTube. I'm monetized on every platform. So I always told myself, I said, I'm gonna retire at 30. I'm 31. You know how it's a blessing to be able to just wake up and not have to worry about clocking in for a job when I created my own company, Never Late Medical. So these 6 months that I'm not able to work, that my neurologist tells me I cannot work until he sees that I'm able to work, because I might have to get speech therapy because I had a concussion. So like there's so much I can like teach people about having an LLC. Like I'm about to get another one of these for all my other LLCs. I have Was Never Media. So Intruso was first. Was Never Media. The Black Introvert. That's my clothing brand. Um, Never Late Medical and K&D Vending. I have a vending machine business. So I have all that paperwork. So all I gotta do is purchase a vending machine, use one of my vendors that I have to supply it, which is me. I'm the vendor because I have exotic snacks for my vending machine. Now let's get onto the video.
Least confident of all age groups when it comes to retirement readiness.
I feel like this could be a story for millennials and even Gen Z as well, talking about the job market. It's difficult to even land a well-paying job, let alone staying there long-term. Company loyalty is basically non-existent, so banking on your employer to match a 401k long-term is just not a super safe thing to think anymore. We have a comment from you guys right here, retired boomer here. I'm good, but I don't know how my kids will be able to retire with a pension. And when we start seeing stats with millennials and Gen Z, it is not looking good at all.
Millennials are going to work until they die, and Gen Z is going to have to work even longer, according to a new article released by Yahoo Finance, saying that millennials and Gen Z are going to have to save $3 million in order to retire comfortably by age 65. If that doesn't blow your mind, let's look at some more facts.
Cause look, I pity the fool who thinks I'm gonna be working all my life. Nah, we got to see the world for what it is now. What? Yo, you lying? Cause I'm gonna get my passport. My wife and I are gonna get our passports. You can go to Japan, go to China, go to all these different places because I want to see the world, and I'm gonna stream while we seeing the world. So that's crazy. That's crazy. Insane.
Because this gets way darker really fast if we look at the details behind what they're saying here. First thing to point out is if you start working at age 20 and you never take a year off or any time off for that matter, and you work until 65, that's 45 years of working 9 to 5, 5 days a week, maybe more than that. So if you look at that 45-year span of working and you divide the $3 million you need to retire by those 45 years, you wind up with $66,000 a year you need to save in order to hit that $3 million mark. Thankfully, we don't have to save. We can invest in the market, which is going to help us hit this target. So if we expect an average of 7% return every year compounded for those 45 years, you only need to invest about $800 per month in order to hit that $3 million target.
Okay, so $800 a month is a lot less than $66,000 a year, but at the same time, how many people actually have that expendable income in this climate? Another thing people are getting increasingly more worried about, pretty warranted in my opinion, is the constant stock market gains long term. It does average anywhere from 8 to 12%. The last clip was using 7%. However, as all of us are pretty aware how crazy AI and all the tech industry has gotten, they've really been pushing up the entire stock market gains for quite some time now, and it does seem like a house of cards. Now, I'm not trying to give you financial advice, but I know that a lot more people have been looking into precious metals, a lot of gold and silver, partially because people are starting to worry about the value of the dollar. Just leaving those money printers on. There are also some other ETFs that don't invest as heavily into tech, so maybe those are some ways to protect yourself against the possible AI bubble popping soon, whenever that may be. But we could go over to some of the comments. I'm tired of paying into Social Security because I'm never gonna get to use it. Like I said earlier in the video, I don't believe I'll be getting a penny from that. At the end of the month, after bills are due, high rents, and inflation, I have about $100 left over. So even that $800 a month is pretty out of reach for many right now. But we do have a comment from one of you guys here. I've been putting my money away for retirement since I was 26. I treat my retirement as a monthly bill. That's why I think learning how to be financially responsible as early as possible is extremely important. It kind of feels like that's the only way to possibly retire down the road, and hopefully that's what these types of videos on the channel help you with. I mean, we have an example right here of a daughter who's definitely more financially responsible than her own father.
Is anyone else's parent just like not planning for retirement at all? And I don't even know if it's like planning, like no savings at all. My dad has 0 savings in retirement right now. My dad has 0 credit cards. My dad has 0. I called my dad and I was like, hey, if you have any stocks in this company, like maybe like think about pulling something. He says, I have no stocks, period. I said, oh, I'm not worrying about this, but I'm planning to have to take care of you. And he goes, I don't want you to think like that. And I said, I'm sorry. If you don't want me to think like that, start planning for yourself. Is anyone else's parent like this? Because literally.
Because like I thought like this growing up. Like growing up, I was 13. My thought process was to make sure that I could take care of my parents, take care of my mom, take care of my dad. Then all of a sudden, in January of this year, my father passed. My father passed. So all the money that I planned on making from streaming, because I already know I'm about to skyrocket. Like all the twists and turns and learning how to stream correctly. So I'm not gonna change the name of that channel because it's the 1% channel, the Ground Lab. And I'm doing a 30-day sub. I'm doing a subathon for my channel. What are you doing? You gotta help Luna. She can't get out. Yeah. Luna big self. She can't get through the doors no more. Yeah, you're small. You ain't small no more, Luna. You ain't small no more. You getting big. You can't fit through the holes.
And then he just told me, he just says, because when I am moving, I'm going to be living in like a cheaper place. And I was like, I'm going to be having more savings, so I'll have like a little bit more freedom. And he's like, and then we can go on trips together. And I'm like, ooh. And then we're going to take that money that we would go on that trip and we're going to put in your retirement fund.
What's new with Google Ads? Google AI powers campaigns that work for you.
I mean, at least she's responsible, so there's more of a chance that she'll have a bright future ahead. But her own dad sounds like a lost cause. My dad's 60 with no savings, still working construction. Like, bro, you can't do this job forever, especially construction. Double points if your dad also took out a credit card in your name and tanked it before you were 18? Alright then. Who needs stocks when you got this bad boy just hiding your money under the mattress? My parents have no savings, just debt. Very, very common now. And we have another example from you guys. My dad's a perfect example of this. He made 6 figures for as long as I've been alive. I'm 26. He didn't even take the employer match from work for 10 to 15 years. I don't remember exactly what he told me, but he doesn't own a house and plans on working into his 70s because the absolute lack of planning. He would legitimately be done if he just saved a portion of that money, especially making 6 figures possibly 20 years ago, goes way farther than it does now. He would have already been retired, probably sitting on the beach, hanging out for the rest of his days. Now we have another short clip here, kind of a tangent. I didn't really know what video I should put this in, but we'll just roll it and talk about it after.
But who can afford to do that? Who can afford to start? You know, if you don't marry well, you got to keep working.
I feel like you might be one of the people that could afford it by now.
No, not by now. Not yet.
Okay, so this is Whoopi Goldberg, somebody who's been in the entertainment industry for such a long time, saying that she's currently not.
No, not by now.
Whoopi Goldberg says retirement isn't on the table and has to work to cover bills. Even someone who's a celebrity got to. Well, that's crazy. That's crazy. Even Whoopi Goldberg says that retirement ain't on the table no more. Even she has to work. I pity the fool. Like, what? I know you lying. You think, nope, nope, nope. Like, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Even a celebrity, she can't retire and she has to cover her bills.
Not yet.
Okay, so this is Whoopi Goldberg, somebody who's been in the entertainment industry for such a long time, saying that she's currently not able to retire. Now, I could have put this clip in this video, possibly the living above your means, the celebrities going broke. I wasn't too sure, but we could go over to the comments. Whoopi cosplays being working class. She's done this bit for years. I think it's her tactic to be relatable. That does make more sense to me, especially with the landscape of the world right now. Ridiculous, is she living above her means? That's what I was thinking. Mind you, her net worth is 45 million.
Bro, when they say her net worth is 45 million, like, y'all need to understand. All right, let me help y'all out. Let me help y'all out. I'm gonna help y'all out. Define. So when they say that her net worth is 45 million,
I don't know, regardless of the situation,
so when they say her net worth is such and such, net worth is the total amount of stuff you already own. It's what you already own. That's what your net worth is. Everything that she has in total is 45 million. She doesn't have 45 million to spend. That's just what she has as a whole. So including what everything that's in this house plus the vehicle that we have that be outside, that's the total of the net worth of a person. People need to understand what net worth really is. Because people don't be understanding. They be thinking that, yeah, but she don't have 45 million to spend. She owns $45 million worth of stuff, which is a key component for net worth is assets. Things you own like cash, savings, investments, vehicles, homes, and other valuable possessions. And then the liabilities, which is the debt you owe, such as mortgage, student loans, car loans, credit card balances, and taxes. Like, people need to understand the meaning of net worth. It's crazy.
whether she's living way above her means, spending way more than she should, or we're just all totally screwed. Because if somebody like this can't afford to retire, then how are any of us going to be able to one day?
I'm 57 and broke. Those are the words of a woman who has gone viral on YouTube after sharing her story about how she left her corporate job that was paying good money. She had a retirement, she had a pension, and she decided to leave that job, move to Atlanta, and pursue her dreams as an actress. And when everything fell through in Atlanta, she found herself dipping into her retirement until that money ran out. This woman shared in her story that God told her not to do it, and she did it anyway. She went against her better judgment, threw caution to the wind, and chased a dream. And you can chase your dreams, but don't throw everything away while doing so. Do both. Do both, but always, always have a safety net. Don't wind up old and broke. And please use this as a cautionary tale, because I personally know a lot of 60-year-olds, 70-year-olds, almost 80-year-olds that are broke.
Okay, so we got a couple things to talk about with this one. Initially, it seemed like she had it made. A good job paying into her retirement. She was...
Because my dad, before my dad passed, I never really saw my dad go to work. I never saw him go to work. He never clocked in or clocked out nowhere. Every time I would talk to him, he would be at the house. And he would just have money to just buy things. And his wife that he was with, she really didn't have to work, but the money that she made, she can just spend on herself. It's crazy. It's crazy.
getting pretty close to being able to do what so many are not going to do in the future, and threw it all away for her passions to be an actress in Atlanta? Now, I'm no actor and I don't know too much about the scene, but I would assume you'd either need to go to LA or New York City. I did not think Atlanta was the hub for acting careers. I could be wrong, but another thing, whether you think it's God or just her instincts, deep down she knew this was the wrong choice and she did not listen to herself and still went through with it. Unfortunately, show business, being an actor, actress, is a brutal industry, and she wasn't successful with it, drained all of her money in the process, and now she's back at square one. That sounds like an absolute nightmare to me. We have another experience from you guys here. My parents had nothing but Social Security. My dad was disabled, so not much could be done there, but when I tried to talk my mom out of quitting work, she was offended and said she deserved it because she had done her time. Now they have to decide which bill isn't being paid each month. That is not the way that I want to live my sunset years.
Why do we have so much debt going into our 60s? You know, 59 and a half is designed to be the time when we can withdraw from our tax advantage retirement accounts.
Yeah, I should be thinking of retiring now, but I'm actually just doing the opposite. I feel like I'm just starting out.
Why is there so little invested?
Well, we can't all be my brother. My brother's smart. Not that I'm dumb, but he started doing all that investing at a very early age.
Well, why didn't
saving.
you? Let's not deflect on that.
Right. Why didn't I? Because I'm the black sheep of the family, right? I am the guy who had to go off and go to art school and all that kind of stuff.
I went to art school.
Well,
yeah, no, people can still be responsible and go into the passions they desire.
Yeah.
Why were you irresponsible with your money?
Great question. I don't know. I have no idea why. It must be some kind of, I don't know.
Okay.
I can answer that. His brother gave up short-term fun for long-term gains and security. He gave up long-term gains and security for short-term fun. Now he resents his brother for planning his better future. The inability for people to take responsibility is crazy. He represents most Americans. Financial literacy is never taught in public schools. I could attest to that. Everything that I know about finance, I've learned myself from the internet. And once you start seeing a lot of clips like this with the older generation not being able to retire, more of the young people start getting into the doom spending spending mentality. I'm gonna live for now, get whatever I want, and to be honest, that just makes your entire situation worse.
I know the cost of living is so high right now, but us millennials love to spend our money. We are guilty of that. We love spending our money on lifestyle, adventure, $7 cups of coffee, Netflix and chill, DoorDash. How about a Sunday brunch? But people will ask us, what are you going to do about retirement? Aren't you thinking of retirement? Not really. We're going to end up working and pivoting every 2 to 5.
Let me tell you something. I have never went to the club. I never went to the club. I don't know what the inside of a club looks like. I never been. I graduated Jeffersontown High School 2012. I focused on my dreams and my goals. My goal was to retire at 30. I'm 31 right now. And I think I think I took the better part. You feel me? I took the better part because I'm a millennial, born 1994, and my parents instilled in me to not work for a company. They instilled that in me. So I never once thought that I was going to be working for somebody for the rest of my life because I gave UPS 5 years of my life. In that 5 years, I was grinding. Not, I was not taking no days off, not calling in. I was just grinding, saving up, putting money into investments, putting money towards LLCs, building up my brand, which is me. And now I'm able to turn this YouTube channel into money. Because I look at other streamers and I'm like, do y'all not know how to utilize this for real? Because I see people go to sleep on stream, people be homeless on stream, making more money than I am making on here, but they still talk down on the people who gift them money. Like I go to other streams, people just gifting money left and right. I'm like, but they're not returning. But the person that they're gifting money to ain't returning the love back. Does that make sense?
5 years to a new career and a new job, and we want to have fun along the way. We're the first generation that does not know what 30 years ahead of us is going to look like. We could be living on Mars. You know, our parents and grandparents' generation, they knew if they worked hard and followed this map, they have their house paid off, 401k, pension, or Social Security, and they could see their future. We know for sure we won't recognize our world by 2030, let alone 2050.
He alive. He alive. Like I didn't start taking trips until I met my wife. I didn't start taking trips until I met my wife. Like so through 20 see through 20 let's see. Let's see. So for 26 years of my life, because I tried cigarettes one time at 13, stop that, because that's a whole lot of money that I would have wasted. Glad I don't smoke cigarettes. So 26 years of my life, I never been outside of America. It took for me to be married to go out to travel because I was too focused on building up my brand. Because people don't be knowing that you as a person is a brand. Every one of us are a brand name. Like all these clothing brands, some of those clothing brands, those are people's last names. Like Celine Dion, that's a last name. Louis Vuitton, that's a last name. Givenchy, a last name. Giuseppe, last name. Montclair, last name. Burberry, last name. That's insane.
50. So we're the generation that's going to have to pivot. And while we're pivoting every 2 years, we want to have some fun along the way. So I think, of course, we have to save and invest and work hard. But we love spending our money because that's just who we are as a culture, and we like to have fun.
But I don't think that save and invest mentality is too common either. We see all these random influencers, strangers basically, on social media going on trips nonstop, buying whatever they want. They got a new G-Wagon, a Range Rover, and all the people scrolling, watching on their phone want that life as well. So they take out some credit cards, start swiping, and it gets completely out of control. I'm not trying to make it seem like nobody should have a single ounce of fun until they're 70 years old and have enough money to retire.
Look, once y'all realize, when you start an LLC, that G Wagon, that's a tax write off. If you get a G Wagon through your LLC, that's a tax write off. So let's say if I was to purchase a G Wagon, right? Let's say I spent over 130,000. How much it weighs?
But the pendulum swings so far in the opposite direction many times that people are now living beyond paycheck to paycheck with absolutely no plans for their future.
Hi, my name is Shara, and the truth is, my husband just recently turned 57, and we came to the realization that we have no plan for him to stop working and retire. Like zero. We have nothing saved, we have nothing invested, we have no plan. We don't even have kids to move in with if things get really bad. So now we have a much shorter time before he physically cannot do his work anymore, like 10 years. And since he's been the sole income of our marriage, most of our marriage, then we really need to figure something out in a much shorter time. He's been self-employed since before we were married, and I'm going to explain later why focusing on retirement really just wasn't a priority throughout our marriage.
Okay, so this person turned it into a series on their channel, but we could go over to the comments. With all due respect, how do you realize this in your 50s? Getting old and the cost of being old didn't dawn on us until we saw our parents going through it now. That's what so many people don't realize, even with them in their 50s, all the way down until the Zoomers, even Gen Alpha. Most people may have bad backs or bad joints, but not serious issues that cost a lot of money down the road. That becomes pretty common with old age. So you don't really think about the cost of medication and everything else that goes along with it until you start seeing something like this with their parents going through it and realizing how expensive it actually is. 10 years of aggressive savings and a favorable market can get you to a comfortable retirement. Along with having to generate more income to be able to save, you also have to bank on the stock market just constantly going up while we're already near all-time highs. As I've already
Cause look, that person, Jackie, been saving since she was 22. You know how long I've been saving money? You know how long I've been saving money? Like all the money I saved when I was 18 years old. So the 5 years that I saved up took care of everything that's majority in this house. So the stove, the washer and dryer, Like, I'm talking about the original furniture that was here, cause like I don't know how many times we've had new furniture, but I forget how many times. But I've been saving since 18. I've had investments. I've caught on to trends. Remember you remember the meme trend? Like they'll turn your face into a meme and they'll turn into a coin and that would do numbers. That would do numbers.
Said before, people being worried about AI and tech, it seems pretty shaky right now. Why didn't you save? I've been saving for retirement since I was 22. The crazy part is we have a successful business. We just forgot to actually start planning, plus our life changed direction several times. I don't know if it was a successful business, a lot of money was coming in. It kind of sounds like that money was just spent on fun things without thinking of the future whatsoever. We got another comment here. Honestly, I thought I'd be retiring this year. Instead, I'm clocking in worrying if I'll outlive my savings. Between the pandemic fallout, helping my daughter through college, and this economy, retirement feels like a luxury.
So I asked the question, what do you do when you're 55 and have no retirement, no savings, no 401k, no family, no partner, no assets? And you guys responded with so many suggestions. So please keep those coming. The basics of what I got was open a Roth IRA immediately and max it out, if possible, every year. And then also there were words like financial advisor and acronyms like ETF. I don't know what these are, but we're gonna figure it out together. Also, a lot of people said, you know, there are a lot of us in this situation. And a lot of people also commented things like, I dream about a community of like-minded people, either tiny houses or Golden Girls style, and I think about all that too.
TikTok ads changed everything for us. We've generated over 100,000 leads, which has converted into
All right, so with the community style living, I think that's becoming more of a necessity for people than a choice. I remember us going over a video a while ago where there was a woman in her 70s still working. She had several roommates that were basically just strangers. She didn't have any family to fall back on, but she could not afford rent where she lived, so that was really the only option for her. And with her not knowing anything about Roth IRAs or ETFs at all, I think that is one of the positives about social media, especially with the younger generation. Whether you're actually looking all of this stuff up, learning by yourself, or just scrolling on TikTok and you get a viral financial video. Even with it having all the drama, you know, the Caleb Hammer clips, you could add in the Dave Ramsey show as well. It at least makes more people aware about finances in general than to just be completely in the dark like she was, even in her 50s. We could take a look at some of the comments. I'm counting on Social Security and I am afraid. I'm not gonna lie, I would be too. I thought I was the only one. I'm 55, no savings, no partner, no assets, and unfortunately there are a lot of comments like that.
Do you want to know something crazy? It's that the average person retires with $200,000 when they're 65 years old, and that $200,000 is expected to get them all through retirement, meaning if they live till 80, they only have $200,000 to spend for 20 years, meaning they spend $10,000 a year. Like, that is the smallest amount of money. I'm not trying to put anyone down that has that amount of money because everyone's situation is different, but my point is that if you are a young person, if you invest $100 a month for 40 years and earn 9% interest a year, you will end up with over $400,000, which is double the median of people. Now, the point of all of this is that it doesn't matter how much money you put in, put anything that you can, because anything is better than nothing. It's just that investing now is the most important thing, because you do not want to be, 50 or 60 or even 70 years old and trying to retire and only have $200,000, because that is not a livable thing. You have to rely on Social Security, which everyone knows is not a lot of money. So do yourself a favor, invest now, and you will be much happier later on. I promise.
That's what I think the overarching point of this video really is, just being able to save any amount of money as early as you possibly can. I know with the earlier stats, having to save $800 a month to be able to retire, that was at a 7% gain per year. This one was a 9%. And people will start seeing those numbers and say, I can't save 800 bucks a month. What's the point of saving at all? I just give up. But just being able to put away absolutely anything will help you way more down the road than just winging it.
Could you explain this to me? Why? At 54 years old, and my husband's almost 60, our whole entire life, well, not entire life, but you know what I mean, our adult life, we have worked hard. We have raised 2 beautiful kids. We've paid our bills. We've paid our taxes. We are nowhere in life. We still live paycheck to paycheck every week or every 2 weeks. Our retirement, little, very, 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 very little. Where did we go wrong? We're good. Blessings for that. Good family life. You know, we didn't do extravagant things in our life. We're still struggling paycheck to paycheck. But there again, we don't have much and we want to retire. I want to retire before I'm in a wheelchair or I can't walk. I want to be 90 and not retire.
The comments here don't help this woman too much, especially now in the position she's in. Poor choice of not putting something away for retirement, not too late to start. But it sounds like their income was constantly just enough to be able to pay the bills. You have to start saving for retirement in your 20s and 30s and don't touch it. While I agree with that, again, it didn't look like they had too much expendable income. But we're going to finish off this video with a news story that unfortunately I think will become increasingly common as time goes on.
She's well past the age of retirement and she's still working.
Di, this is what you should be doing.
Yes.
Sitting outside having a cup of tea,
Yes.
enjoying your retirement.
But there's no stopping Di.
Hello, girls. Hi, Di.
Today is Di's first day back on the job after shoulder surgery kept her on the sidelines for 6 weeks. But she's also missed her income.
Is there lots of work?
And that's what keeps her coming back to her computer as she edges closer to her 80th birthday.
Why haven't you retired yet, Di?
Because I can't afford to. I mean, my wages are $1,100 a fortnight. That's what I take home. I get 700 odd part pension from Centrelink, but my rent's that wipes out my rent. So I'm really living on the 1,100.
This is going to be every millennial and Gen Z in 50 to 70 years. And obviously from that clip, this is not just a US problem, even though a majority of the clips.
I must be a different type of millennial, because I refuse. No, I'm 31, and there is I'm 31. There's 34 more years until I can retire based on what Social Security is saying. But I don't have to clock in no more. I don't have to clock in, clock out.
We're from America, this is happening all over the world as well. But that's all I got for you guys today. Let me know what you guys think in the comments down below. YouTube thinks you'll like this video popping up on screen right now, but hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please leave a like, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Shipping 10,000 packages a month can feel chaotic. Relax. There's ShipStation. ShipStation syncs all your inventory and automates manual tasks, so you can ship more orders faster. Start your free trial today at ShipStation.
We literally work only to pay bills. Like, just paid the mortgage payment, right?
People are explaining how basic bills turn into luxury. Why am I working 40 plus hours a week just to be broke? Listen, let me tell you how much of a blessing it is to work for myself because I traded in my hours. I traded in working hours to work hours for dollars. My concept of time is different. Like, I remember that one of my first pickups for a hospital to deliver one thing from one hospital to another hospital. And I drove to another city in Kentucky. That one item, I got $250 for that one item. 250 just for that one item. And a lot of people gotta work hours on end just to make $250. But I just made that just in off one item.
We literally work only to pay bills. Like, just paid the mortgage payment, right? Check looks nice when it hits, but I don't understand why the government thinks that it's okay to take like $1,200-$1,300 before I even get it. Like, why are we doing that? Everything goes.
And when I get my settlements, because they're not called, when I get paid, they're not called paychecks. They're called settlements. So when I get paid, like the most that will come out of my check is around $70 to $100 every 2 weeks. Because I always have to take care of my taxes myself. But I keep receipts on everything. Even with I have Mile IQ, and there's this app that tracks the mileage that I spent on working.
Up, you do better. You say, okay, well, I'm gonna start making more money. I'm gonna get a promotion. I'm gonna find a new job, whatever it is, so that you can keep up with the very ever-changing economy. And it's like, okay, well, you make the more money, and then now everything else goes up. So groceries, ridiculous. You literally get a sprinkle of groceries for $150. The meat packs, family size, you need 2 of them now in order to just feed 5 people.
That's why for groceries, get a Sam's Club membership. Get a do get a Sam's Club membership, a Costco membership. The same amount you spending at Kroger's. Like if you go to Sam's, you get a bulk load of stuff. Like with toothpaste, deodorant, all types of products.
Where them family packs, I know they used to be bigger than that. There's nothing you can tell me that they haven't been. The big roll of ground beef, like, you get no leftovers almost just off of that. It's crazy. Thank God I don't have no small kids, so I don't have to pay daycare. So for the people who do, that are paying like $1,200-$1,300, sometimes more a month for childcare, you literally go to work every day just so that you can pay the daycare. Car insurance is just, it skyrockets for nothing. You don't have no accidents. but I'm gonna hike your payment every month. Like it's literally, I mean, or every year. So it's like you try and find all the different insurance companies, the lower ones, but then you still need to make sure that you have the coverage just in case something happens. You have health insurance, you need the health insurance, but then it's like, okay, well, you use it, but then they still charge you a ridiculous copay. Then if you don't have it, I mean, or you don't have it, sometimes they come out better. It's a adulthood is stressful. Look, it's the first of the month. I always feel like this at the beginning of the month, and it's the summer, so electric bills fixing to be ridiculous. School is out, and let's not even talk about how the schools charge you for every single thing at school. They want you to buy the school supplies. They want, I could rant all day.
With payroll specifically, Connect Team has cut that time by more than 50%. I'm able to track time with Connect Team and automatically import those timesheets into my payroll processor. I don't have to.
People are redefining what a luxury is. Right now, things have gotten so tough in this recession that just being able to pay off your debt, paying your bills on time is the new luxury. A lot of people are living paycheck to paycheck, and it just takes one emergency, like your car breaking down or a visit to the emergency room, to really set you back in life. So being able to pay your bills on time is the new luxury. A lot of people really don't have a lot of extra spending power.
Say what's up to
and
them.
It's just a really tough time for a lot of families just trying to make it. This economy is tough. Everyone is struggling. Of course, I do hope that things get better, but right now we are living in the moment. We have to kind of focus on the present and improve ourselves. Take a look at the rest of these stories.
I have been struggling a lot with money. There's living paycheck to paycheck, and then there's not even living paycheck to paycheck and simply not affording your basic bills.
Let me see real quick. Dang. Are you serious? Stop. All right. I'll be right back. Hold on. Are you serious? Oh, okay. I'm at 7 hours. I'm at 7 hours. Yeah, so like for my scenes, I have a start scene, a be right back scene, and an ending scene. So like normally you will see me just end it like how I am right now, but I have a more professional type of ending scene. You'll see it. So you think? Hold up. Yeah, cause I be no, I think I'm gonna restart it. Hold up, let me see. Let me see real quick because yeah, yeah, I think I'll call it a day. That's what I'll do. I'll call it a day because normally how I how I schedule these out, I normally stream until my wife comes through the door. Then once my wife comes through the door, then I'm done streaming. So I did 7 hours. So also yeah, so I'll stop this. Then I'll go stream on Twitch. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go stream on Twitch. So everybody, peace out, and also set up a TS for when new people come in the stream. So if somebody new comes in the stream, then I don't know, cause TS let me know. So peace out. And hey, look, hey Burberry, this is my ending. Hey, I'm about to click on my end scene. Peace out, everybody. Subscribe to the channel. I'm out.